It's me. I've got the hot gossip. How's everybody doing? Yippee! No time for, the coat today. Let's see. Oh my god, gotta spill, bitch. I'm gonna spill. I'm gonna spill about how not to fall victim to gossip. That'll be the first thing. Well, not the first thing. I got stuff. I got stuff to do. Hey Nick, what's going on? Oh yeah, it's hot dog time. That's what I had. How's the new camera treating you? It's gonna be positioned higher where the other one was. But today it's sitting down here with me. Kaviri! Thanks for the raid, man. Welcome in, Raiders. Oh, not that one. I almost messed that up. Shout out to Kaviri. He games and shit. And he's pretty damn good at it, too. Go give him a follow. We're talking about gossip today and how not to get taken by it. But we'll start that in a little bit. Mostly shit, sometimes game. No. It's all good, man. Oh, so story time. Actually, I guess there is a little gossip. There was another swarm of cops on campus today. So that was fun. That's twice in like a month where there's just been a swarm of cops on campus, and they didn't really tell anybody why. So that's cool. They were looking in bushes and shit, apparently, where they were at. So maybe the response is getting tested? I don't know. Maybe people are on edge and reporting, like, stuff that shouldn't be reported. No, that's not concerning at all. It's RuneScape music, so I should be able to talk and be fine. But are the levels good right now? Because it's not going to be not RuneScape music for the rest of the stream. Anyway. So the other day I was walking through the neighborhood, and this Sheriff K9 unit rolls up to me. And he rolls his window down, which was, they never do that. That's, well, almost never. He rolled it down this time. Stopped, like, I had my headphones on, I was zoned out, but, like, he slows down, that window starts coming down. I'm like, oh no, what now? So I lean into that window, and I'm like, hey, what's up? Because I'm thinking either he's about to tell me to stop going in the direction I'm going, or there's something I need to know about, or I'm in trouble. And he's like, oh yeah, could you keep an eye out for a teenage girl meeting this description? And I'm like, yeah, why? It's like her parents are concerned about her. So apparently some girl, like, ran away from home, I guess, or went out when they, girls would never leave the house after saying they wouldn't. So he tells me that, and I'm like, okay, what do I do if I see her? Because I don't know what kind of trouble she's in, right? Like, if she's running drugs, I don't want to, like, walk up to her and get in the middle of something nasty or something like that. And he's like, oh, just call us. So that tells me don't interact. Just call in the sighting. So that made an otherwise relaxing walk pretty, my head was on a swivel more than normal after that. So it was actually a pretty stressful walk the other day. So that sucked. But yeah, the cop prefaced it with like, oh yeah, well, it's a sheriff. And I don't know about any other jurisdictions, but around here that's different. The cops answer to the mayor. You know, it's the city's police department. The sheriff answers to the governor sometimes. They're constitutionally elected officials. There's limited ways in which the governor can like oversee them, but they have pretty broad authority. So like my reaction to seeing a blue vehicle roll up and a green vehicle roll up are very different. But I don't know if it's like that other places. I'm pretty sure it's a common model in the States, but other places might be different. Answer to this, pants pinch. Hey, Saru, what's up? Waifu, welcome in. Also, we're going to be talking about Discord stuff, as you can see on the screen, but yeah, that's been my week. Stressful week. Did the camera skip there? Anyway. We're trying this out. I've never used this camera like on the dummy battery for a whole stream, so I'm hoping there are no issues, but you know, if there's enough scuff, I can bring the seagull back out. Oh, one thing I want to say on stream while everyone's here. Sorry, I drove a totally nondescript vehicle. One thing I want to say. If you think you're lying to me, you're not. If you think you're getting away with it, you're probably not. I just want to throw that out there. I generally will let people just sit there and think they're getting away with it, and they're just digging their own grave. I'm just giving them rope. So, I'm a forgiving person. If you tell me you're lying before I just call you out, I can forgive that. But if you wait till that point, you're done. You are 100% done. I just want to throw that out there for anyone who thinks they're pulling one over on the old RM here. Anyway, I think it's Discord breach time. There's a couple things about Discord that I wanted to go over. Let's start at the end, actually. So if you go to No Text to Speech's channel, you can see a video on what we're about to talk about, because he's the only one I know of who is covering the part where the hacker is saying that they bribed somebody. I wanted to throw that out there. I'm going to throw the link in chat. And we can dispose of that. But you should go check that out later if you want some details on the other parts of this, because some of them are only covered in that video. I tried to find articles that had that information, and I couldn't. But apparently the hacker is claiming that all of these 70,000 IDs that they got were from paying some worker like $500. And I'm not sure how much I believe that. That's also gossip. It ties in. Because, like, the hacker wanted to be on his program, right? He wanted his story heard. And he was saying some weird shit. So, grain of salt. And we'll go over how to take that information in. Because this isn't just about gossip. This is about how to control the flow of information. For today, we're only controlling it as it's coming in. We can talk about controlling it as it goes out later. But today, yeah, bad hackers brag. Absolutely, Saru. But today we're talking about controlling the flow of information inward. Because if anything about the Cinder situation tells me anything, is a lot of y'all can't handle that. Maybe not in my audience, but who knows? You might learn something today. Okay, So for those of you that don't know, Discord recently had a data breach, and if you don't know, you probably weren't in it. 5CA named as vendor behind leak of 70,000 IDs, but denies wrongdoing. Just when you think the Discord data breach is coming to an end, a new twist emerges. Oh boy. I love that flowery language. I love taking these kind of articles apart. Because you didn't have to... That's not a twist. The security incident that exposed the information and ID photos of over 70,000 users worldwide. That's already wrong. Not all of those had ID photos. It did expose information, but not all of them had ID photos. Discord has now named 5CA, a third-party service provider, as the vendor at the root of the problem. However, 5CA denies any wrongdoing, saying that its systems haven't been hacked. That's very careful language. Because the hacker is saying he didn't hack anything, he was handed credentials from a guy. So if that's true, saying we haven't been hacked would be true without being accurate. Or it'd be accurate without being true. I got those backwards. It would be accurate, but it wouldn't be painting a truthful picture. Discord disclosed on October 3rd, 2025, that an unauthorized party gained access to one of its third-party customer service providers, which in turn affected users who interacted with customer support or trust and safety. So if you have not interacted with customer support or trust and safety, you're already fine. And I think everybody's already gotten an email if you're not fine. If you don't have an email, you're probably fine. If you forget what email you even use for Discord, you might want to check it. In an updated statement on October 9th, Discord formally stated that that 5CA, a Netherlands-based customer experience firm, was the provider involved in the data breach. So here's where that $500 starts looking sus. I don't know much about how 5CA operates, but if they're operating domestically, that's a pretty low amount to bribe somebody. Now, if they are also outsourcing, like if all of their customer experience people are in Indonesia or something, yeah, sure, we're back to square one. I don't really know how they operate, but it's Netherlands-based. That's interesting to me. But I do wonder if their call centers aren't where all the call centers are right now. Should look into that later. The attackers, who identified themselves as the Scattered Lapsus Hunters, that's weird, allegedly breached 5CA's support ticket environment and took 1.6 terabytes of data. That's a tiny amount. 1.6 terabytes of data from a program as large as Discord is actually stupid tiny. They claim to have accessed internal dashboards, some payment information, and even government ID images used for age verification. Okay, that's where they got you. If they determined that you were not of age and you appealed that, they made you give a government ID image, and those are the people who had their government IDs leaked. Following Discord's statement, 5CA issued a denial, which is rare. Denials are rare, stating that we are aware of media reports naming 5CA as the cause of a data breach involving one of our clients. Contrary to these reports, we can confirm that none of 5CA's systems were involved. So that's stricter language than they used before. They said none of their systems were involved at all. And 5CA has not handled any government-issued IDs for this client. All our platform... That's another pretty substantial statement. They're saying we don't even handle the government ID thing. All our platforms and systems remain secure, and client data continues to be protected under strict data protection and security controls. When a major company, especially a company based in a country like the Netherlands that is subject to EU laws and regulations, GDPR, all that stuff, when they get hacked, they're generally truthful about it, even if they spin it a bit. They're generally like, yes, there was a breach, this is what we're doing to handle it, we're still the good guys, please trust us, blah, blah, blah. This is a straight-up denial. That's rare, and it's also rarely wrong. So, who do we trust here? While Discord insists that 5CA's environment was the initial breach vector, 5CA says that there's no evidence of an internal failure on their part. The no evidence thing, that's kind of weaselly, for reasons we'll get into later. Based on interim findings, we can confirm that the incident occurred outside of our systems and that 5CA was not hacked. What makes 5CA's statement interesting is that the company says it doesn't handle government-issued IDs on behalf of Discord, which would mean they can't be the source. That's also not true. Because they could be the source of everything that wasn't the IDs, and the IDs could have come from somewhere else. Like, more than one person... I forget if it was Salesforce or PeopleSoft that was the back end. It was one of those two. I'm not going to say which one because I don't remember. I did not have a lot of time to prep today. And to be honest, it was because I got distracted talking to Silver, because I haven't talked to him in a while, and he was feeling pretty chatty. So I was going to prep for today over lunch, you know, another story time, but instead I spend it gassing up Silver's gains. I regret nothing. Otherwise, I would have looked that detail up. Based on interim findings, we can confirm... Okay, outside... 5CA also claims the incident may have resulted from human error, the extent of which is still under investigation. Well, taking a $500 bribe is human error, isn't it? So they're all over the place. They're like issuing a denial, but saying that the incident may have resulted from human error. And they're also being very careful about saying that the incident started outside of their systems. But what they didn't say was that their systems... Well, they did say their systems weren't involved. The language is all over the place, man. And I hope you can, like, get a gut feeling about that as I'm reading this. Sarah says, RM never chatty with me. That's not true and you know it. That's monkey business. That's monkey business. What Discord users should do... Yeah, okay. Like, if you were hacked, you were hacked. These are basic things. Verify official communications, two-factor. They call it multi-factor, but it's... I don't know that Discord offers three-factor. Watch for phishing attempts. That is the most useless advice ever. Because if we could tell people to stop clicking shit, and then they actually stopped clicking shit, we wouldn't have to keep telling them to not click shit. Oh, Lirio, I'm not reading that one, but that was good. That was good. Monitor credit and identity reports. Yeah, you can do those. Actually, if you don't apply for credit often, you should freeze it. You should just freeze your credit. That's a thing you can do. It's going to be annoying if you try to expand your credit lines immediately after, or buy a house or a car. But you can just freeze your credit, and people who are trying to take out credit in your name are immediately stopped. Obviously, if they impersonate you hard enough, they can also unfreeze your credit, but, you know, that's that. And there's a second story on this. Let's see if we can get some more information. This one's from Bleeping Computer, which is a site I like. I will never say the word trust, but it's a site I like. Discord says, if you catch me saying, I trust this website, call me out, because I either misspoke or I got stupid. Discord says they will not be paying threat actors who claim to have stolen the data of 5.5 million unique users. Well, I thought it was 70,000. 5.5 million unique users from the company's Zendesk. Okay, it was Zendesk support system instance, including government IDs and partial payment information for some people. So we're dealing with Zendesk. Defrost cycle. Does it get all slimy during the defrost cycle, waifu? The company is also pushing back on claims that 2.1 million photos of government IDs were disclosed in the breach, stating that approximately 70,000 users had their government ID. Okay, that's where the 70,000 comes from. But the report also says it was actually 2.1 million. So this information's all over the place. I'm sure we will actually get real information soon, because there are places where they do have to go over this stuff where lying has a little bit more consequence. Hi, INAC. Thanks for the lurk. Yeah, just use the 3 big credit reporting bureaus. I think it costs nothing. Yeah, I don't think it costs anything to freeze your credit. You can just go to the big 3. Experian, Equifax. The other one, what is it? Beacon? I don't know. Experian and Equifax are the big 2. No one can even open a $10 gift card in your name. Nice. This is like when like a mass shooting or other major event happens on the news and all the details are all over the place, and it turns out like 2 weeks later it was completely different from every version of the story that was given on day 1. Maybe one day we'll learn. Ooh, my voice broke. 3rd puberty, let's go. I think Experian takes care of the other 2. Yeah, it is easy to research. Just look into it yourself. Just, Google how to freeze my credit. While the attackers claim the breach occurred through Discord's Zendesk support instance, the company has not confirmed this and only described it as involving a third-party service used for customer support. Yeah, but the hacker is claiming that the third-party service provider has access to their Zendesk and they were the person that was bribed. So both of those can be true. Let's see. Discord made a statement. First, as stated in our blog post, check my blog post. This was not a breach of Discord, but rather a third-party service we use to support our customer service efforts. Well, yeah, but Zendesk is also a third... Like, you don't own Zendesk. Zendesk itself is third-party. And then you're blaming another third-party. If you can't tell, I don't trust Discord very much. I don't trust anybody here. Second, the numbers being shared are incorrect and part of an attempt to extort a payment from Discord. That could also be true. Of the accounts impacted globally, we have identified approximately 70,000 users that may have had government ID photos exposed, which our vendor used to review age-related appeals. Third, we will not reward those responsible for their illegal actions. Absolutely. Never pay the ransom. Never pay the ransom. I didn't mean you guys. I trust some of you. Let's see. In a conversation with the hackers, Bleeping Computer was told that Discord is not being transparent about the severity of the breach. I would agree. Regardless of what... See, this is like a gossip thing. Narrative can reframe facts in a way that makes them less true or more true. What's his face? Homath actually did a video on that very recently, and it was very good. Anyway, the hackers told Bleeping Computer that Discord is not being transparent about the severity of the breach, stating that they stole 1.6 terabytes of data from the company's Zendesk instance. See, that doesn't refute the numbers Discord is giving. 70,000 objects in my environment might be 4 terabytes. You have 1.6... A terabyte of data was big in, like, 2003, 1998. It stopped being big a long time ago. 6 or 7 years ago, I was at a job with, like, 60-something surveillance cameras. I think it was, like, 67 surveillance cameras. And we would run over a petabyte and a half every couple of years. Like, 750,000... Or, yeah, 7,000... or 750 terabytes, sorry. 750 terabytes. Because 1,000 terabytes is a petabyte. But yeah, we'd go through, like, 1.5 petas every couple of years. In just raw footage. That was 6 or 7 years ago. The terabyte is not a lot of data. It's a lot of text data, to be sure. The type of data really does matter. But, it's actually not that much. According to the threat actor, they gained access to Discord. The reason I say that... Did the camera zoom in enough? They didn't have to. They just had a lot of resolution. They didn't have optical zoom. They weren't for that. The optical zoom was accomplished by putting another camera somewhere. It was an interior environment, so that's why we were able to do that. Obviously, exterior optical zoom is preferred, where you can have it. But yeah, because in both of these stories, the 1.6 terabyte thing has been thrown out a few times. And I think it's been mentioned so many times because people think that's a large number. It is a lot of text, but I think they're using it specifically because they think 1.6 terabytes sounds big, and it's not. It's just not. That's not a lot of data anymore. I think pretty soon we're gonna pass the point where a petabyte's not a lot of data anymore, or at least a normal amount. According to the threat actor, they gained access to Discord's Zendesk instance for 58 hours, beginning on September 20th, 2025. However, the attackers say the breach did not stem from a vulnerability or breach of Zendesk, but rather from a compromised account, he got bribed, belonging to a support agent employed through an outsourced business process outsourcing, BPO for short, provider used by Discord. All right, thanks for the lurk, Saru. Outsourced business process outsourcing. Okay. As many companies have outsourced their support and IT help desks to BPOs, they have become a popular target for attackers to gain access to downstream customer environments. Absolutely. And the reason the hack thing makes sense to me is because increasingly we're finding that like almost 90% of attacks are people at keyboards, and social engineering has become the overwhelmingly preferred method to get access to systems now, because we've gotten a little too good at detecting malware. Knock on wood. You know, obviously malware still exists and it's still going to cause problems, but everyone's getting a little too good at detecting malware. So instead, what hackers are doing for their first point of entry is overwhelmingly social engineering. So yeah, I would say this language kind of corroborates the hackers' claim that they just bribed somebody to gain access based on the wording here. As many companies have outsourced their support IT, okay, they've become a popular... Yeah, the hackers allege that Discord's internal Zendesk instance gave them access to a support application known as ZenBar that allowed them to perform various support-related tasks, such as disabling multi-factor authentication and looking up users' phone numbers and email addresses. Using access to Discord's support platform, the attackers claim to have stolen 1.6 terabytes of data. There's that number again, including around 1.5 terabytes of ticket attachments and over 100 gigabytes of ticket transcripts. There we go. The 1.5 the bulk of that is from attachments, pictures, and other files that aren't just plain text. The hackers say this consisted of roughly 8.4 million tickets affecting 5.5 million unique users, and that about 580,000 users contained some sort of payment information. Now, on the video with no text to speech, the hacker did demonstrate that he had access to at least some of this. Like, that was demonstrated in real time. In a way that really couldn't be faked. So we do know that's at least partially true. At least. The threat actors themselves acknowledged to Bleeping Computer that they are unsure how many government IDs were stolen, but they believe it is more than 70,000, as they say there were approximately 521,000 age verification tickets. The threat actors also shared a sample of the stolen user data. Okay, let me back up a second. Just because there were 521,000 age verification tickets does not mean everyone in those tickets went through with giving their government ID to Discord. Discord might have just said, hey, if you want to contest this, we need your ID, and then they noped out at that point. That's absolutely a thing that could have happened. Both of these numbers can be true. And again, this ties into flows of information. Both of these things can be true. They are framed in this article as one or the other. I should invert my camera. I'm pointing in the wrong direction. Note to self for next stream. But when I'm pointing over here away from the screen, and I'm actually pointing to a monitor to my right. Bleeping computer, or the pavement information for some users was allegedly retrievable through Zendesk integrations with Discord's internal systems. Oh, I skipped a thing. The threat actors also shared samples of stolen user data, which can include a variety of information: email addresses, Discord usernames and IDs, phone numbers, partial payment information, date of birth, multi-factor authentication related information, suspicious activity levels, and other internal information. The payment information for some users was allegedly retrievable through Zendesk integrations with Discord's internal systems. These integrations reportedly allowed the attackers to perform millions of API queries to Discord's internal database via the Zendesk platform and retrieve further information. Yeah, that's something he told the other guy, was that the API queries were not rate limited in any way, and that once he had access to Zendesk, he had access to all of it, and that separation of duties and least needed access were not things that were practiced. And you know, that's a common thing, so I'm not sure he's lying there. Bleeping Computer could not independently verify the hacker's claims, obviously, or the authenticity of the provided data samples. The hacker said the group demanded $5 million in ransom, later magnanimously, my added words, reducing it to $3.5 million, and engaged in private negotiations with Discord between September 25th and October 2nd. And I'm pretty sure those negotiations went like this: we're not paying you, and you better just not do what you're thinking of doing, or there's going to be major problems. That's probably how those negotiations went. After Discord ceased communications and released a public statement about the incident, the attacker said they were extremely angry. Again, that sounds like... that sounds amateurish. And plan to leak the data publicly if an extortion demand is not paid. Bleeping Computer contacted Discord with additional questions about these claims, including why they retained government IDs after completing age verification, but did not receive answers beyond the above statement. Yeah, and here's the thing. All of these platforms are telling you, after you give us the ID, we delete it. They all say that. And we have had 2 major breaches this year where that's been shown not to be the case. It was that, that red flag dating app thing. I forget what that was called. And now Discord has also been caught retaining the IDs. So both of them were caught doing that. One of them, you could make the claim that it was because it was vibe coded. Can you make that claim with Discord? I mean, maybe. Maybe. Yeah, the T app. The T app, that's right. Thanks, Plaus. It was the T app, which was definitely vibe coded. And Discord, who knows? Discord might also be vibe coded. I can't say that it isn't. But yeah, one of the things that makes, I think, an amateur got lucky based on the behavior of the hacker. I don't think a hacker would, like, he's trying to put public pressure on Discord to pay the ransom because he thinks that's going to work. That already makes him an idiot. I think if any other hacker had gotten this information, they would have just put the package for sale on the dark web like anybody else who gets a package of data like this does. That's common practice. All right, we got the data, time to sell it. Time to value it and sell it. So that's how they make their money. Maybe some companies are dumb enough to pay ransom, but if they are, they're on a list. They're on a list of dumb companies that pay ransom. Because only dumb companies do that. Let's see. So yeah, what do y'all think of that? We trust Discord now, right? We're gonna verify our ages because they're totally not keeping the government ID. And I'm sure neither is the next company. Frankly, the only company I really trust to, like, not do that is the, are some of the adult sites that I've worked with in the past. Like, I'm pretty sure that Multimedia LLC actually does delete that. They're about the only people I trust to actually delete that stuff. But at this point, you know, even with them, not so sure. Not so sure. Because we've had two hacks, and it's 2 for 2 that the people are like, oh, we don't keep this, totally kept it. And Bleeping Computer, that was a very good question to ask Discord. So thank you for asking that. Why were the government IDs there? They shouldn't be. They shouldn't be stored anywhere. Dimmu says, Dimmu's Industry, you can trust it with all your data and money. Yeah. Are you Dimmu here or Shtak? Because I remember you being particular about that. Let's see. So yeah, there's that, really. I think we can get into the comfy discussion time. Ooh, I am so glad I don't just capture my monitors. I'm going to close Adobe Bridge now. And not get banned. Alright, thanks. Thanks, Stack. I want to say Dimmu. That's so much easier to say, man. I'm sorry. Yeah, waifu's going, oh, whoa, because she knows exactly what was on my bridge last night. Yeah. By the way, if you're riddled with ADHD like me, and you leave everything open all the time, never set your whole monitor as a source. Do not do that. Just don't. You're gonna get the attention of John Twitch or whatever platform it is you stream on. One day, it's going to happen. Okay, let's get the Clip Studio back up. I know I shouldn't leave everything open. There's a lot of stuff I should and should not do. If everyone did what they should, I wouldn't have a job. Security man would not have a job if everyone did what they should. Neither would cops. Though I think some people would argue that. But if everybody did what they should do, we wouldn't need laws. We wouldn't need a government. We wouldn't need cops. We wouldn't need a military. And we definitely wouldn't need CISSP certified security professionals. It would be kumbaya. Also, my floor wouldn't be dirty. How about that, waifu? Why is my floor messy? Don't answer that. Saru says, I'm updating my passwords now. Can I just leave them in chat here? I know. I'm just picking on you, waifu. It's okay. I know you were at work today. I know these things. Come on. Besides, half this mess is mine. Half this mess is mine. Like the cords everywhere from the lights. My landmine shoes. Like, you see that shelf behind me? That's not exactly well kept either. Like, as I am blaming you for a mess, there's a shelf behind me that is just higgledy-piggledy. Oh, you made Saru a new password? Only half? That's a man failure. I agree. Yeah, what about the landmine shoes? You gonna come sweep them? Is that what you're gonna do? You're gonna come sweep the landmine shoes? Let's see. Let's put Clip Studio back up. Get back to the stream interface. Oh, goodness. Do I want to risk putting this up here? I think I do. Get over there, mouse. Get over there, keyboard. I'm also going to turn the music down a little bit, because it's not fighting with me right now, but it's like fighting with my ability to think. Okay. So, all right, I've got my brush size. Let's use the turnip pin, maybe? Okay, that's good. I'm gonna make the brush a little bigger. That's not the brush, but that'll do. Oh, maybe not that big. Okay. And there's an exclusion zone at the bottom left. Gossip. AKA data flow. Now, one thing I asked in the Discord this morning, or not ask, complain about. One thing I complained about in the Discord recently was that everybody, when they receive, not everybody, but mostly everybody, most everybody, when they receive queries related to gossip, start with the wrong thing. And I know Saru's lurking, but he, like, unlurked a little bit. So I'm going to ask Saru if he's still here. Or if he's still not lurking. Specifically. What do you think is the wrong thing to start with that I'm talking about? Or did I give up that ghost earlier? Let's see. Oops. Let's put chat back over here. I wish I could make chat a panel, and then, like, who's in chat a separate panel. Not that I watch that stuff. That's one of the reasons I don't watch that stuff, actually, is because these panels are all off. Yes, sweetie. Sweetie's got a delivery. Hot coffee. Are we about to have a McDonald's lawsuit? Only if I spill it in my lap.
Well, then you're about to have your own lawsuit.
Ooh, that is hot. Maybe we will. Don't start with your mom. Also true. Yeah, where's Saru's coffee?
I didn't know he wanted any.
I love how she takes that seriously. Anyway. What they generally start with is... Let's just label this the wrong first step. It's, do I believe it? That is the wrong first step. Yeah, they may skip that step and go straight, well, they might not ask. They might just say yes, depending on who it's coming from. And that's the point. We're going to get into a lot of that later. But they'll go, I trust who this is coming from, or I don't trust who this is coming from, or I trust the person it's about more than I trust the person it's coming from. And they'll make an assessment of whether or not the gossip is true, and then go from there. When you assume, you make an ass out of UNRM. That's true. Starting with do I believe it is the wrong way to start with dealing with gossip. Or any other information that comes your way. But we're doing gossip because of the damage it has done to the VTubing community in general, and to streaming in general. Isn't there a big, bald streamer that's dealing with the consequences of gossip right now? Oh, here's a good example. Hassan. Hassan is also dealing with gossip. Many people think the gossip is true, and that's why it's a problem for him. But that's based on who you trust and what they're saying. If you trust Hassan, the prongs were out. If you trust people who say he's abusing Kaya, then you think the prongs were in. And, you know, I obviously have opinions on who's correct in that. And it's nice to be able to have some stream footage to look at to corroborate things. But ultimately, the first question a lot of people asked was, do I believe it? And then they said yes or no, and they went from there. So yeah, this is a problem in, like, not just life, but in all streaming spaces. And I want to pivot my focus of these streams a little bit. Never trust Hassan. I agree, Dimmu, but also never trust anyone unless they've given you good, solid reasons to do that over a long period of time. And also trust that the people that you trust can be fed false information. That's where the trust but verify thing comes from. That's exactly where that comes from. That's a phrase I've assumed you've all heard. Is trust but verify. That's what that means. I think a lot of people don't understand this statement. Because it's like, oh, well, do you trust them if you have to verify their information? Yes. Absolutely you do. Because if they're fed information that is wrong and they believe it, it doesn't matter if you trust them anymore. They're giving you wrong information even though they like you, even though that they're your friend, even though they're trustworthy, they're going to pass that to you. Yeah, very military thinking. Well, there's a lot of thinking that comes from the military when it comes to how to handle flows of information. For those of you who don't know, basically all of cybersecurity is derived from military practices. That did not start in the civilian sector. And I don't think the threats did either. Just FYI. I think and I've said this many times on stream before, I think the reason we have to jump through so many security hoops now is because of state-level threat actors. Not because of script kiddies, not because of commercial hackers. Almost all the tools that we're dealing with and defending from came from state-sponsored research. Trust my lies. Give me a second. I trust but verify. Thanks, Plaus. Yeah, thanks for the commentary, everybody. That's what makes stream great, is talking to you guys. But yeah, that's where trust but verify comes from. It's like, yes, you can trust the person giving you information, but you don't necessarily trust the information that they're giving you. Because what happens if the person you trust is the victim of counterintelligence? And let me explain that phrase for anyone who might need that explaining. Counterintelligence is what you do to people who you know are watching you. Or that might be watching you. They are performing intelligence operations on you, and you are countering them. So if somebody says, you know, they're going to be watching you, and they follow you to a nude beach because they're watching you, maybe you show them your asshole. Tell you what, there's a lot of people that have been the subject of my counterintelligence. Especially lately. Anyway. Waifu. Waifu's like, ew. I mean, it's me. I can't not be me. I can't not be me. Yeah. There's more I want to say about that. But I'm waiting for some shoes to drop. And maybe it never gets done at all. But there will be a collection of things that I do put together. Whether or not I show that collection of things, that's up in the air, but I'm waiting for a shoe to drop. And I might be waiting years for that shoe to drop, but I think it will. I think it will. We had a flasher incident at work today? Why was that not the first thing you told me when you got off of work? What? You're gonna have to tell me this story. That might... Hold on. Hold up. No, get in here. You get on stream right now. You get on stream right now. Yeah, share the CCV. Come on.
But why?
Because you just said you had a streaker incident or a flasher incident.
Yeah.
You're going to explain that, like we're talking about gossip. You've got to explain the
okay.
flasher incident.
Okay. Work gossip.
Get closer to the mic. Come on.
Oh, you actually want me in the picture?
Yeah.
I look like crap.
Cute pajamas.
But I look like crap.
You look cute.
I am in my shirt that I wore and my pajama pants. Ha ha ha! I'm not in the picture. Ha ha ha.
Yes, you are.
Oh,
It's delayed.
Oh,
The real-time display is over there. Yeah, I can show...
Hello.
You're a hybrid. You're hybrid now, at best.
I'm a hybrid. What do you mean?
VTuber.
Oh, damn.
Gotcha.
No, that's okay. My face is everywhere.
Yeah, Chet
And
says
that's
hi.
super-
Yeah, you wish it was
Hi,
just your
Chat.
face.
No, so today we had this tall lady, blonde, probably much taller than me, maybe like 6 feet tall with heels. She was very startled. She said she came up to the registers and was like, so I don't want to alert this guy, but he's been following me in a creepy manner throughout the store. And at one point he flashed me his genitals, is what she says.
Oh, is what she says. I was about to ask you if
And
he had
it
a
was
big...
like, yeah, I know. That was one of my first thoughts, was to insult it, but I didn't say that.
Oh, I was going to appreciate.
Oh, see, I was gonna insult him. But she gave a very brief description. She couldn't even describe what clothes he was wearing. I was like, yeah, no, tall, skinny black man. He ended up flashing his genitals at me, but I've had stalkers before. It's kind of creepy. I'm creeped out. So we immediately have to get management involved.
Yeah.
And one of the first things that I do is I walk over to another aisle nearby where one of our taller, more intimidating guys, who sounds like he's from Boston, I told him a very brief description. He's like, I'm gonna go find him. So he starts whooshing because he's really tall too, just throughout the entire store. Eventually comes back. It's like, I think I know where he is. I think he's in that back corner. And then as management comes up to the front end and we're talking to get more of a description of the guy from her, we see him just whoosh out the front door, and it's like, that was him. And she's like, oh God, that was him.
I'm assuming the cops were called?
No, because unfortunately he was already gone, and
Do you not have cameras?
we do have cameras. Oh no, they're gonna pull the camera footage to be able to report it, but like we cannot approach him. We have a hands.
No one said approach him.
Yeah,
Just call the cops.
I don't know how. Management
Anyway, I'll
did
bitch
it.
about your workplace later.
Yeah,
and-
I don't know how management did it, but they ended up walking her out to her vehicle. It was just like, oh, well, that just happened. Well, damn.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. So that happened.
Funny story.
Funny story.
All right, you're free to go.
Okay, bye.
Ew, 2 fleshies.
Ew, woman on stream.
Ew, there was a woman on my stream.
You're welcome.
Ugh.
CCV count going?
Who can tell? I don't look at it. Dimu says you're cute.
No. You can bite me. I don't believe him.
Also, Kaviri had a good joke. She's reverse VTuber now, started with IRL before showing model. You know, I hear that's several VTubers, so, you know,
There's
she's on the right road. From what I've understand.
Yeah.
Ooh, I almost said a name I shouldn't have. Starts with an M.
Mamma Mia?
Hush. All right. Anyway, back to counterintelligence. That's what that story was. It made me less intelligent. Counterintelligence is what you do to stop intelligence operations against you. And that's one of the reasons we have trust but verify, because if you're the victim of counterintelligence, then you're just going to pass that on and no one's going to take a look at it and go, wait a minute. Gossip can also be seen as a form of counterintelligence, because what was that management company? I always get the letters wrong. Like Mad Science Management, or like MSM, I think it was. There was a thing involving Koki. Yeah, Koki. Whatever. The frog. It involved the frog. Sorry, Koki. I'm tripping over my own tongue. But so Gossip was the attack. Koki. Thanks, Lirio. Gossip was the attack vector there. Thanks, Nick. God, I love her emotes. They're so cute. I don't have a C word pass. I'm banned now, but her emotes are so cute. Where was I? Thanks, Nick. Yeah, the attack vector was Gossip. That's how she was, like, professionally damaged. But she also found out about it through Gossip. So, like, that's a double-edged sword. That's probably reason number one that you don't want to play with Gossip, is because Gossip is both an intelligence and a counterintelligence vector. 4chan Gossip, even. That's true. 4chan Gossip is sometimes as correct as it is incorrect. Sometimes. So this is the wrong thing. There are several places, and you could argue about which one should be the first, but there are several steps you need to hit before that. One of them is, does this affect me? I think both forms of effect work in that sentence, actually. Ooh, I've got an ad soon. All right, so before we start this, we're going to pause for an ad break. I'm going to get my water refilled, all of that. Take a stretch. All that stuff. And then we will be right back, guys, all right? Ad time. I'm going to turn that music back up. Making piss. Ads over, seagulls back. Good water. All right, where were we? We were at does this affect me? We were at one of the possible first steps. There's a few. I think this one is the best. There are a few. I think this one is the best. Let's see. Get the chat back up. Thanks, Nick. Thanks, Nick. Let's, okay. So, why do I think does this affect me is the best? Let's see. Saru says, I'm making chicken and rice. Leave me alone. That sounds good, actually. All I had was hot dogs. I had to gobble some glizzies real quick before stream. I got home late. Traffic was a nightmare. Yeah, there we go. Glizzy Goblin. I love that fucking emote. Let's see. All right. So if this is no, we'll get no, we'll get yes. The process basically stopped right here. Like it's just over. If you ask, is this true? And get a no or a yes, does it stop the process? No, because then you have to figure out what to do with each. You're not allowed to type responses to my questions when you're hearing it real time. That's unfair. That's unfair. I mean, you can, but that's unfair. I can't stop you. I mean, I could stop you, but I won't. Once you've made a determination about whether it's true or not, which is, we're still many questions away from that, you still have stuff to do. But if it doesn't affect you, you're done. You're done. Now you get to work out why you're being told. Does the person telling you the gossip want something? Do they want you to do something? If a stranger is telling you gossip or somebody you're not very well acquainted with, probably they want something by telling you gossip. Are they just venting? This is one of the struggles I have with women, and particularly waifu, because she's the woman I'm around the most. Women will tell you problems and don't want you to do anything about it. Men are always in fix-it mode. The woman tells them the problem, you're like, okay, we have a problem, let's fix it. And then they get mad at you because you're trying to fix it. They just want to tell you a story. They just want to tell you a story. Yeah, she just wants to story time. She just wants to story time. So, like, that could be the case. They could just be venting at you. But they could want you to do something. They could be... Oh, God. I forget the word now. I forget. I'm having a moment. I'm having a senior moment. There we go. They could just simply be virtue signaling. Which, to be honest, if you're virtue signaling as a broadcast, never Fixer RM 2025. Absolutely. Why does Live say I'm unstable? Fuck you. That is the most unreliable shit. OBS says I'm fine. 0 drop frames, and that's what we're going to go with. If they're virtue signaling directly to your face, they probably want you to do something. If they're virtue signaling to Twitter or something, maybe they don't. But these are all things you can ask after the no, but you have to ask them after the yes. So does this affect me? Yes. All right, what's your next question? If it affects you. And after I get this, we'll go to the next page and we'll talk about specifically this. It's not is this true or not? It's, do I have the capacity to determine truth? In this situation. A lot of people think very highly of themselves and automatically assume that this answer is yes. They just have the best judgment. They're smarter than everyone. They will never be fooled. You can tell them any gossip and they'll be able to figure out whether or not that gossip is true or not. They never even ask themselves this. Do you have the capacity to determine truth in this situation? Because if that answer is no, you're also immediately done. You're also immediately done there. Or you should be. And then you get to ask those things. Is the gossiper wanting something, venting, or virtue signaling? Are they trying to get good with you by shit-talking other people? Because that's the thing people do. They're trying to bond with you over the gossip. And that can be innocent. It could also not be innocent. Like, they say beware people who are always shit-talking each other, but they also say a bitching sailor is a happy sailor. Like, this could be good, this could be bad. It's very dependent on the person you're talking to, their life experiences, and their personality. Unfortunately, this is one of those things where you have to be able to make value judgments about, is somebody a good person or not? Uh-oh. Social skills. Usually, when it comes to gossip, this answer is actually no. And we're going to go over how that works. Actually, what do we call this? Yeah. Determining verifiability. Dot those I's. Not social skills. Well, you don't need social skills for this one. If the gossip... Let's say... If the gossip is talking about people talking. This is actually usually impossible. Let's say you're in a Discord. Oh, did my camera freeze? No. I was just very still while writing that. Let's say you're in a Discord and you're in a voice chat. And somebody is saying some weird shit. And there's no mods around. And you report that. And they're gone. And the conversation is over. Is there anybody capable of verifying that that happened? No, that's just dude, trust me. Even if you have 4 friends there who all said, yeah, he said that, that is still dude, trust me. There isn't logs in voice chat. Not if you're talking on the microphone. There's no logs there. In order to have logs of voice chat, you would have to put in a bot that's listening to everybody and recording somewhere, and then have the recording. I don't think I've ever seen a server do that. But that is what you would have to be capable of doing. That would have to be your capability to determine if somebody said something in voice chat. Like I said, you could have 5 people telling you, but they could all be in on something. Like, it's not actually... Whether or not you believe them doesn't have anything to do with your verifiability. If you believe them, you may decide to do something, but that doesn't mean you verified it. Those are different. Maybe you trust all of those people. But that doesn't mean you verified it, because you can't. It's gone. This is the form of most interpersonal gossip. He said, she said. Hearsay is that's literally what that is hear it, say it. Before computers and the ubiquity of cell phones, this was a lot more easy to put into the, well, I wasn't there. I wasn't there. I didn't hear it. But now you have a problem. Now you have a problem where people think there are things that are more verifiable than they actually are. All right, let's say let's say I did a no-no in that same situation, and I actually recorded the dude saying that. Is that verifiable? Is that verifiable? Come on, chat. I know there's a significant delay. I'm waiting. I'm waiting for you guys to answer this one. Well, the answer to this is kind of... usually no. Usually no. You might think it is, but it's not. Generally. What if none of the moderators had ever heard this person speak before? How do you know that's his voice on the VC? What if I recorded him out of context, and inside of the context, whatever he said was actually fine, or even the opposite of what I wanted the other person to hear? Don't we see that all the time on, like, Vines and TikToks, where it's the aggressor it's the aggressor doing the recording, and they don't hit the record button until after the person they've aggressed starts coming back at them, to make the person that is on the defensive look like they're the aggressor. Yeah, that happens a lot. We have a phrase about that now. Yeah, what happened before he started pressing recording? It's a phone ubiquity thing. It's like, what happened before this? Yeah, antagonize until a reaction. Thank you, Plaus. You antagonize until a reaction, and then you start recording the reaction. And, like, clickbaity streamers do this all the time. Remember that story about that guy who faked the EXIF data to try to get out of trouble? In that other Discord where Pokemon Go. He faked that EXIF data. People will go really, really far over things that you think might be simple. Again, you could trust this. You could trust this. But generally, you also did not verify it. Alright, let me throw you guys... Oh, what is EXIF? Good... Ooh. Throat dry! Sweetheart, what did you put in that coffee? Every time I drink it, it dries my throat out.
It's just coffee. It's
Woo!
yeah.
Damn. I might have well have had whiskey. Alright. Anyway, sorry about that. Lirio, EXIF. EXIF. Is the metadata around an image, which can include location and time data, like Plaus says. In that story, the location and time data were the important things that were altered. But they also include stuff like what camera made the image, what the settings were, all that stuff. Like when I import something into Adobe Bridge and it's like, oh, here was the aperture setting, here was the shutter speed, here was the lens that was on the camera, here's the camera model. That's all EXIF. Which you can actually, there's actually techniques to corroborate whether an image was taken by the same person or not by doing device printing. If I go to Flickr, I can actually compare my images to other people who took images using the same exact hardware by filtering on the EXIF data. It's even an option. You can be like, browse other images created with a Fuji XS10. And then you can kind of compare. It's a really good, Lirio, since you do photography, it's actually a really good technique to get yourself out of the what if my gear was better mindset. If you start thinking, what if my gear was better, go to Flickr, find your camera, and then browse images created with this camera. And then get humbled. Every time. And then get humbled. It's very good for your brain worms that want you to believe that buying more gear is going to get you better photos. Anyway, that's a tangent. That's a photographer tangent. So this is also usually no. Even if the recording is genuine and you can verify that it's about who you think it's about, there might be corroborating context. Let me throw you guys a softball. Discord screenshots. Can you verify those? Anybody ever report somebody on Discord? Dimu says nope. In extremes, there's even digital forensics files can have a unique ID. Yeah. You can verify a Discord screenshot, but you cannot verify it with the screenshot itself, and people get tripped up there. This is firmly in sorta. Has anybody ever filed a report with Discord? I have. What is the first thing they tell you when you are making a Discord report of a message or a user? There's other ways to do it, Saru, but that's probably the most reliable. Saru says match the forensic data of the original with the screenshot. Yeah, you can do that. You can do that, but that's... Most people don't have access to that, because what you would need is direct access to the screenshot maker's computer to get the forensic data. And if you could do that, you could just open their Discord and go through their messages with the assurance that the inspection tool wasn't being used. Yeah, most people don't know this stuff. You're absolutely right. It is the only court-accepted way. And Discord does not accept screenshots either. So I'll stop teasing. When you report a message or a someone to Discord, they require the message ID of what you're reporting. They say right in black and white, we will not use screenshots to do Discord enforcement. Because they're worthless. Yeah, Saru said the thing about the courts. Saru said it's probably the only court-accepted way, and it's expensive. Yeah. I keep forgetting I gotta credit every single one of those, because I don't have chat on my screen yet. Oh, he said message ID. I'm sorry. Derp. Yeah, message ID and download data. The download data is just JSON, though. Unless Discord keeps a hash of what they sent you, the download's not great either. I'm not sure Discord keeps hashes of their data dumps. Sorry, it says RM can't read. Can't read, can't write, can't spell. I was born to be a streamer. Anyway. Can only swallow glizzies. That's right. Can only deep throat Goldschlager bottles. Yeah. Yeah, the hash code. Yeah, you can take a hash. You can take a hash of the Discord data dump. Yeah, not the Twitter. All right, let's talk about what hashing is. I've done that before. But it's probably time for a refresher. Hashing. When you create a hash for a file, what you do is you run an algorithm against that file, and that algorithm has a few properties. Algorithms can later be shown not to have these properties, and that becomes a bad thing, and we can go all into why that makes MD5 a bad idea at a different time and date. Or maybe we can do it now. I don't know. What time is it? 7:23? We have time for that. We have time for this rabbit hole. So first, it has to produce a unique result for every individual piece of unique data. So what that means is, if I give a file to a hashing algorithm, it's a JPEG. Say it's a JPEG of my face, like right now. You take a screenshot right now, JPEG of my face. I give that to a hashing algorithm. It's going to give me a result, and there are other properties to that result, but it has to be unique to that picture and nothing else can have it. It also has to have the same result for the same data. And that's one of the cornerstones in how you can use hashes to verify the integrity of a file. What you're doing is you're verifying the file integrity. This can tell you if a file is changed. This can tell you if a file is in any way different from the way it was sent to you, or the way that you stored it. Variable input. But fixed length output. It's nice to know to expect a certain size of file. It's actually kind of critical. No collisions. This is gone over in the unique result, but it is very, very important that there be no collisions. And what a hash algorithm, when you say a hash algorithm has collisions, and MD5 has collisions, what they're saying is you can't jerry-rig the input to get a certain desired output that matches the output of a fundamentally different file. MD5 is shown to have collisions, and they're somewhat predictable. That gets us onto, like, property 5. Unpredictable output. Otherwise, you can reverse engineer the hash and generate collisions. And Saru briefly mentioned, he touched on the 6th property, is that small changes in input produce large changes in output. So that's what Saru was saying with his 1 pixel different on a JPEG. Because Saru says 1 pixel different on a JPEG will change the hash. Yes, and it will change it a lot. It will change it a bunch. So hashing algorithms that are secure, I suggest using the SHA family of hashes. So if you see a hash and it says SHA on it, is SHA-1 secure anymore? I don't think it is. I think you need SHA-2. Anyway, you probably can't use SHA-1 anymore, but MD5 is definitely not a secure hash. It has collisions. Last I checked, it was still a huge, like, it takes a lot of effort and a lot of computing power and time to produce the collision, but it does have known collisions. It is not considered a secure hashing algorithm anymore. So there's that. So that's what a hash is. So if Discord keeps a hash of the data dump it gives you when you ask for your data dump, you could calculate your hash. This is glowy territory. Yeah. You can calculate your hash, and if those hashes match, then you know it hasn't been fiddled with. But as far as I know, not only does Discord not keep hashes of those data dumps, they're not available upon request, so there's no real way for you to tell somebody that you didn't mess with the JSON in your data dump. So it's kind of worthless in that regard. Discord says that anytime you delete a message, it is gone immediately. I'm not sure how much I believe that, but it might be true of their willingness to retrieve the message. Yeah, every single piece of digital information can be run through a hashing algorithm. Absolutely. And this is like fundamental to how the internet works right now. The reason you are on this website, twitch.tv, is because hashing works. It's part of the certificate chain that checked that this website was secure. Hashing is part of that digital certificate process. It's a critical part of it. Because not only do you need the digital certificate, you need to know that it wasn't altered. So you also need a hash of it. That's why second-party requesting data is only accepted digital form in court. Yes. That's also something Saru said. But yeah, there's a lot of requirements for digital evidence, just like there is for physical evidence. As a CISSP, I am qualified to do those steps, essentially. The court systems are catching up fast. You're absolutely correct. Discord screenshots are worthless, is the short of the softball. They're absolutely worthless. Now, there are things you can do if the other person is willing to verify things sometimes, particularly in DMs. And it's not 100%. But one of the unique things about DMs, as opposed to being in a guild, which is what people keep forgetting that Discord calls their servers guilds, but that's what they call them. One of the things about DMs is you cannot delete the other person's messages. And they can't delete yours on their end. All right, have fun with the kiddos, Lirio. Have a good drive. Be safe. So, if somebody's willing to VC with you, and they're showing their entire monitor, and they're opening a fresh browser window, and they open their DMs, and the other person's messages are gone or different in significant ways, that can be a clue. But you're no longer dealing with the screenshot at that point. You're dealing with a feed of their actual DMs. The screenshot itself is worthless. At most, it tells you what conversation you can verify exists. Because then, if there's no conversation there, or the conversation is altered, like the message is different, but it doesn't have the edited tag, shit like that. But that can only tell you that it was altered. It can't give you what was actually said there. So, yeah, that's a softball. The same sort of principle applies to really any screenshot of any web thing. Some screenshots are better than others, but most of them are worthless. If you are taking a screenshot as gospel, you're being an idiot. What if there's something we could verify? Well, then it wouldn't be gossip, would it? But we're talking generally about information flows. Well, you can do this. This is one of the easy ones. Talk no jutsu. Or however that is. The Naruto thing. You can talk to people on different sides of the argument, and if their stories match, you're pretty good. If their stories line up, you're pretty good. If their basic facts line up and their stories don't, that's narrative. But if their basic facts line up, you can go from there. But generally, in any gossip, you actually fundamentally lack the ability to determine the accuracy of any of the gossip. Wifey said, that's how I figured out who the liar at work was. Well, yeah. You just need basic investigative skills. But that seems to be a shrinking skill set, which is why we're here. When it came to the Nano document, why was it important that there was a coordinated release of those documents? I'm going to let chat drive for a little bit. Why was that important? Because it was. We're not even going to talk about whether it was or was not. It was important that those documents were released so close together, and it was coordinated. Sarah says, my pee-pee is shrinking right now. Alright, is the water cold? Or do you just not looking at chicken? Why was it important that those documents were released in a coordinated manner? Nick says it made it more believable. It shows coordination. Let me open a new tab. These are red flags you should watch out for when handling gossip. These are things that should cause you to take a step back. And one of them is coordination between parties. And there are several reasons why this is bad. One of them is decision by consensus. This is why police separate witnesses first. Yes. All right, so the first problem is decision by consensus. Democracy, our sacred democracy. Does consensus determine truth? No. All consensus does is determine that there was an agreement. All it does is determine that there was an agreement. It does not determine truth whatsoever. So why did you need to do it? To decide what was true? No. To coordinate with each other about what you were going to say and make sure your stories were the same. Not true, but the same. That's a red flag. Almost all decisions by consensus suck. When you do focus groups to make a movie, that movie sucks. When you do focus groups to make games, when you checkbox all the DEI stuff, those games suck. When you go to a board meeting, it's not the thing that is smart that gets through the board meeting. It's the thing everybody agrees to do. And anybody who's been in board meetings knows this is the case. How many laws do you like? What's the approval rating of Congress? These are all decision by consensus mechanisms. So we all know these are bad. But when it comes to gossip, we like to go, oh, well, this entire group says this thing. There's no way that many people would lie. Anybody remember the Duke lacrosse team? I spelled lacrosse wrong. I don't care. Anybody remember the Duke lacrosse team? That was a coordinated smear campaign. Everybody remembered how Me Too worked out, don't they? What killed Me Too? It was basically Amber Heard. It was basically Amber Heard that killed Me Too. But there was a lot of dogpiling. And, you know, Me Too was kind of on its last legs when that happened. No, that was not Mattress Girl. I was going to bring up Mattress Girl. But Mattress Girl was just, like, one person. Whenever there's, like, an accusation against someone famous of a particular kind, a lot of people seem to come out of the woodwork, don't they? Idax says, Me Too killed itself by being represented by retards. Absolutely. But we're talking about the mechanisms. Decision by consensus suck. Eventually, these things were sorted out in court, but the first places people went were the court of public opinion. So that's just one way coordination between parties is a red flag. The other is lack of immediacy. I'll give you an example of why lack of immediacy is usually a bad thing when it comes to gossip. Let's say somebody sent you an unsolicited friend request in Discord, and that was against the rules. Do you sit on that for 10 days before reporting it? Or do you either report it right away or not at all? Usually it's right away. Now let's suppose I'm a moderator on any platform, and then 5 people come up to me all at once saying, this guy sent me an unsolicited friend request. All at the same time. Isn't that more suspicious? Isn't that just inherently suspicious? Yeah, that's bot behavior. The lack of immediacy is a red flag there. Usually when somebody wrongs somebody else and there's an authority to report that to, that happens pretty quickly. If they care enough to do it. They'll either make the report or they just won't. Sitting on it for a while and then having a bunch of people also come out after that while has passed saying, "Oh yeah, this also happened to me 3 weeks ago." It's not always a red flag, but it generally is. It should raise your think about it thing. And this is just coordination between parties. It's also a sign, and this isn't positive or negative inherently, but it's also a sign that the people involved in the coordinated effort believe that they need to be coordinated in order to get something done against what is usually the one target. And that's generally not, and I stress generally, that's generally not something the truth needs. The truth generally does not need a 5v1 or an 8v1 or a 12v1. Usually. Alright. Remember, if it doesn't affect you, you can just avoid all this by not getting involved, because it doesn't affect you. That's the power of it doesn't affect me. Because usually, the bulk of gossip is one person is beefing with another person, and then they're coming to you to take sides. That's the bulk of most gossip. That's just the bulk of gossip. I'm having a fight with this person, and now I need allies, or now I need an authority figure to punish them. What else is a red flag? Too much evidence. If the first time somebody comes at you with a problem, waifu spoiled it, and it's something that resembles a Google Docie, they are either making an incredibly serious accusation, and when it comes to, like, fan communities, I'm talking to the audience here, this is how you avoid shit. When it comes to fan communities, this is almost always bad. Because if you're accusing somebody of, like, say, a crime, that's generally not something you're doing on Twitter or in YouTube comments or in Discord. Because those are not the places you handle that. Those are not the places you handle that sort of thing. You go to the police. Now, if the crime is hard to prosecute, let's say somebody is defaming you or slandering you, that might be something you have to fight in the court of public opinion, because depending on where you are, that can be an incredibly hard thing to prosecute, and you might not have the resources anyway. But for, like, crimes, like, not civic stuff, because I've seen people accused of, like, crimes. If somebody's coming to you with a mountain of evidence, and you're not a cop, first of all, it wouldn't even be the cop, and you're, like, a Reddit moderator, There's a problem there. Or if you're just like a fellow viewer or fellow fan, and somebody just like, hey, that buddy of yours or that person in our community Google Docky right in the DMs, that's a red flag. And you're like accusing them of a crime or something. I'd say just like in that specific situation, Google Docky is like, wait a minute. Regardless, too much narrative around the facts. Though what happened was, if the size of the evidence is this, and this also happened in Nano's document, and I can't believe how many people did not see it when it happened. This is the evidence. This is the size of the narrative framing for that evidence. I thought this was a weakness in Cinder's rebuttal, too. Not that I don't sympathize with that, because there was a lot of narrative framing in the original docky, and the size of the evidence was very small, so when you're responding to that, you can be tempted to also put in a shit ton of narrative framing. But generally, when the truth is on your side, the facts will speak for themselves. Generally. If somebody's coming at you to accuse somebody of something, the facts generally look like this, and the narrative framing generally looks like this. There's like, the narrative framing might be, this is what started this conversation, and then it's just literally the conversation. But in Nano's document, it was this screenshot, 3 paragraphs, the next screenshot, 3 paragraphs, the next screenshot, 3 paragraphs, and then there was another feature of that. Which was large gaps in otherwise contiguous information. When the first Nano document dropped, one of the first things I said about this was like, God, there's an awful lot of missing context around these timestamps. And that turned out to be a really big problem in the end. And that's why, like, it didn't have to be 1,000 pages. But that's one of the reasons Cinder's rebuttal was 1,000 pages. Is because a lot of those conversations were full context. Context is generally not something the truth teller is afraid of. Generally. If you're telling the truth, usually you're willing to be a little embarrassed by the stuff that you did just to be vindicated. Liars will cherry pick. They will twist things around. And they will make nonsense statements. Saru says, there's a legal term, narrative, and it's usually dismissed in courts. Yes, absolutely, because they're there to determine the facts. That's another thing. The accusation is vague. Because if the accusation is vague, the facts can be vague, and the narrative can be vague. Here in Hawaii, we call it a talking story, is what Saru says. I like that. A talking story. I like that. So if the accusation is vague, then you don't have to prove anything. And if anybody tries to poke holes in what you're trying to accuse somebody of, the vagueness of the accusation gives you wiggle room. Generally, truthful accusations are specific. And it's not even that the other person making the vague accusation doesn't know what they're actually accusing you of. They're just intentionally not telling you to make your resistance to that accusation harder to pull off. Which is another thing. Onus might be confusing in that sentence. Burden of proof on defendant. Whatever. This is one big problem with gossip, because it's not a courtroom. But if you want to defend yourself against gossip, you should treat it like one. If you want to keep your information coming into your head clean, you should treat it like one. There's a reason courts operate on this principle. It's to reduce mistakes. It's not because it's moral or anything like that. It's to reduce error. Putting the burden of proof on the accuser reduces error. That's what it's for. But when it comes to gossip, one of the big truths about gossip and the court of public opinion is that initiative matters. And I think the entire Nano Google Docu rode on this one fact. Enjoy your lurk, Saru. I think the entire success of the original Nano Google Docu rests entirely on this principle. The person who is out with the story first is the most believed. Going back to coordination between parties, if that's true, why do you need to be coordinated? If getting out fast is getting out good, why coordinate? That's still going to slow you down. That's going to give the other party time to accuse you first. Maybe it's because you're up to no good. You follow these red flags, you follow these principles, you will keep a cleaner head. You will assume less things about people. You will be less easily swayed by not only gossip, but by disinformation, like intentional, malicious disinformation. Let me show you something. Let's have a Mean Girl circle, all right? We'll have the center of the Mean Girl circle. And she will have her little circle of friends. Right? All information spreads this way when it comes to people. I just like to choose Mean Girl circles. Because Hassan is defo telling stories. Yeah. Okay. Let's say you want to target this person. Is the best way to do that to go to, like, this friend and be like, hey, your friend sucks. Now, if these two happen to be beefing, this might work. If you wait until these two are beefing, this might work. But this is generally not going to work. You know what does work? This is why Trust But Verify exists. This right here, because she's at the center of her own little circle. Okay? Let's call this person Betty. And let's call this person Sally. And let's call this person Dorothy. Just pick random names. Then you go to Betty, and you tell Betty, Sally's friend Dorothy, was mean to me or whatever, will just, sucks. Now this person is going to hear this from someone they trust. And that's different than hearing it from you. And since it's not about Sally, Betty might not get along with Dorothy or might not, or might be neutral at best. Betty is far more likely to pass this to Sally than Sally is to act on information you give to Sally directly. And since these are gossip circles, they will talk. So this is effective. This is not. Or rather, this is more effective than this. And that's why you can't trust hearsay. So, like, Dimmu says, Hassan Orbiter is just blatantly lying and Hassan changed his story every day. I mean, yeah, rapidly changing your story is not a good truth metric in any situation. I've seen people who are telling the truth do that to themselves because they were embarrassed. When you are trying to exonerate yourself, you really have to just push the embarrassment emotion out of your mind. Because then you will not only be embarrassed, they will call you, you're going to lose. Omni says, hearsay is still hearsay, even if you might try. Exactly. We've been trying. Welcome in, Omni. That's basically the thrust of this. The example I was about to give is like, if you trust your, like, let's say you're running a Discord and you trust all your moderators, and you do something stupid, like have them trying to monitor social situations outside of their immediate purview, you are going to increase the rate at which you receive this kind of intentionally malicious hearsay tenfold. That's why it's really stupid to imagine you're like super internet detectives. You don't even know what's going on in your own space. Not 100%. You do not know everything that is going on in those people's lives of your space. And now you're expanding your vision to spaces you don't even run. That is just mind-bogglingly stupid. Mind-bogglingly stupid. It's ad time. Let's all go take a piss break or something. I'll be right back. Time to run ads. Oops, I did it again. I wrote in the margins. There we go. Now I can't write in the margins. Alright, chat. It's story time to illustrate some of these points. Many, many moons ago, I was way out in the boonies, trying to do some astral photography. Now, if you're doing astral photography, one of the things you got to do is get far enough away from city light sources or even suburban light sources that your light pollution levels are very, very low. So I ended up in a place that had 0 cell towers. It had 1 restaurant and a population of just over 100 people. It had been raining very heavily a few days before, and these were forest roads that I was going on. Oh, Omni says he's got a dope picture of Andromeda he took. That's cool. I like that. That's good shit. Anyway, I'm going down these forest roads, and I get stuck. And I mean, I get stuck. So I end up walking about 3 miles back to this restaurant. They've got a landline. I call Waifu to come pick me up. In the meantime, there's a guy that tries to, like, pull me out with his truck. So I take a ride with him. And he's not able to get my truck out. Next day, I was able to get one of my other friends to do it, and, you know, he's in a Jeep club. But, so he's much more experienced pulling people out of the shit. So, we give up on the truck for the evening. We go back to the restaurant. Because I'm with somebody. And we're just kind of like sitting in the back of the restaurant. There's a guy back there talking to us. We're just shooting the shit, passing the time until Waifu shows up. And this guy clearly has a drinking problem. One of the first things this guy tries to do is to tell us about how the guy who tried to help me out of the mud was convicted of very bad things involving victims that were children. We'll say it that way. Why would he do that? Me and my friend had very different reactions to this. My friend's like, that friend, he grew up in like New York City, New York. And he immediately was like, oh man, that guy might be oh boy, we ought to avoid him. And I'm like, calm down, man. And I think he actually held this against me later, because we don't talk much anymore. But I'm like, calm down, man. It's like, first of all, this is a small town. No one's even thrown around names yet. I don't remember the name of the guy who tried to help me out. You don't remember the name of the guy who was making the accusations. We can't look any of this up. There's no way for us to verify this claim at all. And there was no reason for this guy to bring this up, because we're not children. So it's actually kind of also, he's got a drinking problem. So it's actually kind of suspicious this is coming up at all. They might have beef. This guy running this restaurant, well, actually, I'm not even sure he was running it. This guy participating in the operation of this restaurant might dislike the fact that this other guy is clearly a retiree and clearly has money, which is the kind, like, there's 2 people who live in these kind of towns. It's pensioners and people too poor to escape. Those are the 2 people that live in towns like this. So he might have had some jealousy issues, you know, Who knows? But this buddy of mine, well, I'm not sure we're buddies anymore actually after this. He was so ready to believe this story about a total stranger and have it like affect how he perceived this guy. What was the truth? I don't know. But it didn't affect me. And that might be something people find really awful to say about those kind of crimes. But it didn't affect me. So why am I going to try to pretend I'm a cop? Why am I going to try to pretend I'm a lawyer? Why am I going to try to pretend I'm a prosecutor? Over some drunkard story. Why would I waste my time that way? Only thing I know about this guy is he tried to help me out of the mud. That's it. And the only thing I know about the other guy is that he has a drinking problem and is openly misogynistic to the other two employees, both battle axes of this restaurant. That's it. That's all I know about him. I saw him be extraordinarily like, I didn't believe this level of sexism existed toward these two ladies while obviously having a drinking problem. And I got this other guy's helping me out of the mud, or at least trying. Broke one of his lines doing it. And then I got this other misogynist drunkard trying to tell me that he's done terrible things to kids. I don't even have to get into who I believe, because he could easily be correct. He could easily be correct despite having those shortcomings, but this ain't my fight. And you gotta, like, detach yourself from that. Why the New York guy didn't already know this is kind of a mystery to me. I thought he would, all I hear is RM was mud wrestling. Okay. God. Anyway, that's a personal story about this lesson and gossip. Imagine somebody saying that about you. Also, one personal victory I have with this. Marriage shit. Oops. God. Marriage shit. For any of you who plan on ending up here. This will also help you resist gossip, because Lord knows I've had it thrown at my marriage more than once. If you do bad thing, tell the people you care about. Immediately. Why would you do this? Shouldn't you save yourself some embarrassment? What they don't know won't hurt them? Why would you do this? I'm about to give y'all some pro tips. This is where some other moderators have really stepped in it with waifu. So it can't be used to shock them. That's very, very close to the answer. In fact, I'm just going to go ahead and say you're correct. But it's about what I was talking about earlier. Initiative is the most important factor in deciding. Yes, those are all good answers. I'll get to those. Initiative is the most important factor in deciding who believes what side of gossip when it comes to uninvolved parties, which is usually the target of gossip. But if you've already told the people involved, you have the initiative. They heard it from you first. Saru asks, what kind of crystal hippie BGM is this? This is RuneScape music, and there's a lot of crystal hippie places in RuneScape. Dimu says, for the trust, absolutely. So they can't be used against you, absolutely. Those are all related. This will help you the very first time you do it. If somebody comes... Like, let's say this is not a pattern of behavior of yours. Let's say it's just not how you operate. But you did a bad thing and you told the people you cared about immediately. That will help you the first time you do it. If you then make a pattern of this, and all of the people you care about are very, very used to hearing your shortcomings from you first, and then somebody tries to tell them shit that they don't know about you, they are going to be very resistant to believing that information. And the longer you do that, and the more consistently you do that, the stronger that armor is. Plus says, initiative this, initiative that. Sounds like a bunch of D&D nerd shit. Kinda. I mean, initiative's also the most important stat in most versions of D&D as well. I move first, I win. Let's see. So yeah. A consistent lesson in this. Discard acting on feelings of embarrassment as much as possible. That will allow you to tell people when you make mistakes. Maybe that means you have to apologize to them. Whatever. When you make mistakes, you tell the people you care about so that they're very, very used to you hearing it first. Or very used to hearing it from you first. That way, when somebody decides to make up shit about you, they're inclined to disbelieve it simply because you're not the one that told them. That has saved my marriage at least 3 times now. Well, I say saved, but, like, there's another path here. If somebody tells you something about somebody else, this is you. This is the information coming in. We'll call it gossip, but it's information. And you make a decision without talking to the target of the gossip first, you have failed that target completely. You're a bad wife. You're a bad friend or spouse. You're a bad spouse. You're a bad friend. You're a bad relative. You're a bad acquaintance if you let that happen. You are not suited for relationships if you let this happen to you. And this is even internal. This isn't just about, I hear the gossip and then I feel things, but I'm going to ask that person anyway. Nope. You gotta stop reacting to the gossip when you hear it if it's about somebody. You gotta be like, okay. Even if it's from somebody you trust. And then, you ask that other person about it. That is the bare minimum. Because this just makes you, like, if you do this with no other steps, you're just a sucker. And suckers get identified. And then everybody starts telling the sucker things. You're allowed to be a sucker occasionally, but if you make a habit of it, there's a lot of people who need useful idiots, and they will find you. It just makes you a sucker. Because what you did there was you didn't even try to verify the information you were being told, and then you acted on it. Like, imagine doing that in any other job. Mechanics that fix cars based on their gut feelings generally do not turn out to be good mechanics. They'll be like, oh, I think it's this, but then they'll take their tools and they'll verify it first. Because sometimes it's not what they think. And they've been around the block enough times to know that it's not always what they think. And it's not that enough that they need to check. The same thing is with people. And it's not a natural, like this, what I'm telling you, a lot of people will be like, oh yes, well, of course I know that. Duh. But if that's how people actually acted, divorce would not be socially contagious. Did y'all know that divorce is socially contagious? Because it is. I think the stat was if somebody in your immediate friend circle gets a divorce, there's a 90% chance that you will also be divorced within 5 years. Suicide is also socially contagious. That is also true. There's a lot of socially contagious conditions. Well, Nick, that's because your age group is very high in divorce. Inex says, good thing I don't have friends. Waifu and I have experienced... She's asleep. Of course she's asleep. I forget if it was 2 or 3. Now I have to think about it. Divorces in our immediate social circles, and not even always in the same social circle. But we're fine. I wonder why that is. Yeah, waifu literally sleeping on the job. How about that? Damn, Dorothy and Sally are some slutty lesbians. They sure are. Thanks, Lirio. That was Lirio's comment. And Plauz is the one calling out waifu for sleeping on the job. Plauz, once again, being my best and most reliable moderator. How does this keep happening? You can call Plauz a lot of things. Incompetent won't be one of them. Let's see. So yeah, this is also why divorce spreads. So Betty gets a divorce, right? Betty gets a divorce. Now, whether or not that was a good thing for Betty, do you think she's going to tell her friend group she regrets it? If Betty gets a divorce and regrets it, do you think she's going to tell her friend group, I actually really regret that divorce? Or is she going to cope and say, I'm a strong, independent woman and I've never felt better in my life? Which one of those do you think she's going to do, even if she does regret it? Hell nah. Omni says, hell nah. No, she's going to pretend she's having the time of her life, especially on Facebook. Especially on Instagram. Oh man, divorce is the best thing that ever happened to Betty. It doesn't matter that she cries herself into a glass of wine every night because the dating scene is awful. She's going to tell her friends it's great. And she's going to talk about all the freedom she has. So then maybe Jennifer decides, you know what? Betty's life sounds really great. I'm going to divorce my son of a bitch husband too. And it spreads. And then, do you think Jennifer is also going to tell the truth? Do you think she's going to tell Betty, Betty, you ruined my life. That was a terrible idea. I'm miserable. I'm miserable now. No, she's going to do the same thing Betty did, which is pretend that it's the best time of her life. It's why my wife, Omni says, it's why my wife isn't allowed to have friends. I mean, just inoculate yourself against this. Plaus says, I think negative social contagions are probably related to the broken window theory. Maybe. Maybe. I think, the thing about social contagion is it works both ways. Like, positive things are socially contagious. Maybe not an experience a lot of chat has. But man, if you're the first person in your friend group, like let's say your friend group has a lot of married people, if you're the first person in your friend group to pop out a child, man, you just watch the pregnancy rate after that. Oh man, I have done this to people. I have done this to so many people. Oh man, you take the infant to a party, you can hear the eggs popping. You can hear the eggs popping in the young women. They are ready to go. I guess you could, yeah, baby fever. It is very real. You get married, same thing. Marriage is probably as contagious as divorce. Divorce is probably more contagious. Baby's very contagious. Woo! Like, you ever take a puppy to a friend group and then everyone has a puppy? Do that, but baby. It's way more powerful. Way more powerful. But yeah, so, like, social contagions go both ways, positive and negative. But yeah, the baby thing was fun. Waifu is the younger sister. And man, her older sister was making some really bad boyfriend choices for a long time. Right up until the day she got married before her big sister did. Boy, was that a wake-up call to Big Sis. Big Sis got so jealous. Big Sis was like, it is time to fix this shit. She was cuffed inside of a year. She had a man tied down inside of a year, and they're still married. No. She actually made a good husband choice. For her personality type anyway, she married a doormat. Perfect for her. Perfect for her. Doormats are perfect for waifu's sister. And I won't say anymore. I'm already playing with fire. Yeah, good for them. They have kids now, too. Or at least the kid. I think it's just one. But, yeah. Her little sister getting married, getting pregnant before her sister did. Oh, that did not sit well with Big Sister. What do you... Oh. Pla says, you know what you have to do to maintain doormats, and I'm thinking it's beat them? Is that the answer, Plaus? Lyria says, is this primarily a woman thing? No. No, we can do this with men, too. What is the worst lie men tell each other in the locker room? Or in the metaphorical locker room, when it's just the boys? Let's say they're all married. What is the most common lie that men tell to each other? If there are any women watching, you're about to learn some things. Remember, these are all guys Inet got it! Inet got it! She does whatever I say! She's a submissive woman. She's so obedient. I'm the man of this house, and she never gets her way at all. It's all me. That's right, Inek. Good job. That's another thing. Just because you are in a place that you think other people feel comfortable doesn't mean they're telling the truth. Lies have contexts. Omni says, I keep my pimp hand strong. Saru says, I hit that. Saru says, but in my case, it's probably true. Yeah. Yeah. Who knows, Saru? You could accidentally be some VTuber's father. Like VTuber is plural. Yeah, men tell each other's lies all the time. We don't get more honest because we're just with the boys. We just get more fun. Not more honest, just more fun. So if you're spying on the boys, you're not necessarily getting the truth. Nick says, that's more likely than you think. Yeah. Dimmu says, I don't get why so many have so fragile egos. I don't either, but I also remember being there. It was so long ago that I no longer relate to being that person. But I know I have been that person in the past. Plaus says Saru created Phase Connect. It's not impossible. World Star. But yeah, to address Dimmu's point more concretely, I remember being the fragile ego guy. I just don't remember why I was that way. It was too long ago. I've been married too long. I've been winning too much. Not giving a shit is a superpower nowadays. Absolutely. Omni, where's your brother? Me and your brother have things to talk about this. Not giving a shit is a real superpower. Because the second you slip that ring on and you stop giving a shit about women, that's when they start walking up to you. Fucking hate it. Like it's funny sometimes. Saru says, fatherless daughters make the best VTubers. Oh, is he still wrestling with his floors? Well, I suppose if he was bad at that, there wouldn't be another baby on the way. Pour one out. Plaus says, gotta study the chuds to learn how to expel the ring hunters. Right? Man, I have never gotten so much female attention after putting the ring on. Inak says, I've never been asked out in my life till after I was committed. Yeah. Not quite in the same place, but close enough. There was one girl I got attention from before I pursued waifu. One. And after waifu, people were trying to actively wreck my marriage to get to me. It's fucking nuts. Inak says now it's like 4-ish time. Yeah, it's about 4 a year. And it doesn't matter if you look like a goblin. Ah. You gotta be real resistant to gossip, both of you. Trust is so important. How does this relate? How does this relate to being an audience member? How does this relate to running a server? It's all the same. That's what I'm trying to tell you. This shit works across domains. It will help you in cybersec. It will help you in marriage. It will help you not to be a dumbass moderator. Lirio says, yeah, keep bragging. Okay. I'm not even going to fight that accusation. I don't think I was bragging, but I'm not going to say that I wasn't. Maybe I was. Maybe that's what that was. The point is, these skills translate into the office. They translate into your personal relationships. They are useful everywhere. But what I will say is that the streamer universe, and it seems especially the VTuber universe, seems to run on gossip, so you might want to be protecting yourself against it. Nick says you're not the first I've heard that from. Heard what specifically, Nick? I don't know how delayed I am. It seems to be significant. And that's one of the things that's like goes on the list of things. Like, I'm not ready to do 2 streams a week yet. I've figured that out. But I'm going to start dedicating my Sundays to addressing the way my streams need to improve list. Because I am more delayed than I thought I would be. I need to check my settings or something. I need that fast chat interaction. It's high energy. It's exciting. But yeah, I'm not the first you've heard what from exactly about constantly getting hit up. Oh yeah. No, it's a thing. It's totally a thing. Because you've already been vetted, I think, is the primary motivator. Somebody already picked you. Which is what the chasers just don't understand. If he's willing to cheat on his wife for you, he's willing to cheat on you for the next one. You can't get the good man from the marriage because then he's not a good man. By the way, I know there's like 0 of you watching.
Sorry.
Not you, waifu. She's talking in her sleep. She does that. But I need to talk to the ladies a second, even though none of you are watching. I need to talk to the ladies a second about the wall. There is a physical appearance component, but that's not the secret to the wall. You want to know what the wall really is? For those of you chasing after men willing to commit, I'm going to tell you a little secret. The men willing to do that are finding the women willing to do that while they're still 21, 22, 23. They're not waiting to finish college. Starting a family is the primary motivator in their life. They're not waiting to finish college. They're not waiting until their career is ready. They're not waiting until they've got a huge nest egg. People like me are taking care of this shit before they hit 25. And that's why it feels like that's where the wall starts. Is because all of us are already taken. Because we made sure of it. It was the primary thing we were doing in our early 20s. So you can find us in your 30s. After a failed marriage. After baggage. After kids. So yeah, if you're in your 30s, you still have hope. But he's going to have children. He might have child support. And he's definitely divorced once already. That's where you're at. So for those of you who are young enough to still avoid it, come early. Don't spend many, many years in situationships, because the man willing to commit won't be doing that. It'll be... Oh, also, your mom was right. No one's gonna buy the cow if they're giving away the milk for free. Waifu withheld sex for an entire year before we got married. And I knew that was good at the time because people older and wiser than me told me that was good. And I was willing to wait for that. But now that I'm 40-something, I've figured out exactly why that's good. You ready for this? It's because sex is really fun when you're in your 20s. Is it going to be really fun when I'm in my 60s? I hope so. But that's not guaranteed. If I don't figure out whether I or not I like you without the sex involved, that's a bad thing. If I'm not willing to put up with your ass for a year without sex, we're just... You dodged a bullet. Do you know how long I'm willing to put up with somebody when I get what I want? It's a while. It's a good long while. That's a secret you need to know about men. Withhold. If that's what you're after. Because a lot of you seem to say that's what you're after. I don't know if you're telling the truth. But you're all saying that's what you're after. Do the thing. Vet. It works. Stop giving the milk away for free. Before you become the cow. Because you will. And then your life will be a series of burying another generation of cats. And then you will die. Okay. It is... Ad break starts in 21 minutes. It is 8:41 local time. What have we gone over? I got distracted there. With marriage stuff. Relevant, though. You got to get there before you can keep it. We went over hashes. Ah, yes. Does this affect me? Remember, that's the lesson. If does this affect me is no, stop right there. That will kill 95% of all the gossip you have to deal with. Does this affect me? No, we're good. But let's talk a bit about the people who want something, they're venting, they're virtue signaling, because that is a thing to talk about. Have another one of these. Drag it out of the exclusion zone. Today I learned marriage is fundamentally gossip-related. Yeah, actually, kinda. That's where most of the attacks to your marriage will come from. Is gossip. The person that went after me the hardest, that was a gossip attack. Waifu shut it down immediately. She got a phone call from a mutual between the attacker and herself. And the mutual was said, I have to tell you something about your husband. And then Waifu immediately hung up. Because I had already trained her that if I did something bad, she would know first. And there's some deep skeletons on that I will never tell you on stream. Because I have fucked up. For those of you speculating cheating, that never happened. But I have fucked up. And I told my wife. Very good decision. Alright, so. When the does this affect me is no. Let's just erase all that. Shorten that up. Doesn't affect me. All right, you've determined this doesn't affect you. What are the things Oh yeah, everyone has skeletons. Right? We all have skeletons. Stuff that'll go to our grave. Inak was asking. Dimmy says, you mean with fuck up, then second time you let me in the server? What do you... That wasn't a fuck up. RM killed a man, says Plaus. Noted. Oh, more literal. I have a skeleton inside me. Thanks, Plaus. Always liked that. Oh no! There's a skeleton inside me! Help! Alright. So generally when somebody is trying to give you gossip for nefarious reasons and you decide it doesn't affect you, they will have a few reactions. First, determine... These are not one-time things. This is going to happen to everyone at least once. We're talking about recognizing patterns now. We're good with that? We're talking about patterns of behavior in this section. We're not talking about one-offs. Do they want something from you? If somebody keeps giving you gossip and it keeps being for this reason, you need to cut that person out. Venting. This person is probably okay. You need to make sure it's not affecting your mental. Which is to say, it's not making you negative all the time to hear all the venting they're doing. Like, if they're venting so much that you start dreading talking to them, you have gone way past the point where you should have shut that down. But it can turn you into a negative person. They'll get pushy. This is usually related to wanting something. But you're like, oh, that doesn't affect me. So they'll tell you the gossip. And you'll be like, oh man, that sucks. And then they'll be like, well, aren't you going to do anything? If you ever hear the, well, aren't you going to do anything? And you've already decided that doesn't affect me. That's a red flag. Especially if they do it over and over and over again. Some of us have, friends like this. I put that in air quotes. If somebody is consistently doing this to you, that's a problem. People who are virtue signaling. Everyone does this a little bit. Everyone does this a little bit. Watch out for this becoming a predominant... Wifey says, I'll pattern recognize you in a minute. Okay. One other thing to watch out for. If somebody comes to you with a lot of drama... First of all, people who are always involved in gossip, that's also a problem. Like, if somebody's involved in gossip constantly, I think we all have had a friend like that at one point or another, but I think this is more common with women. Hold up. We've all had friends with this problem, no matter how much they've gossiped. They are never the bad guy. In even the smallest of details. If somebody's telling you a story and they smell like roses the whole story, you can probably press X. Just right away. That was another thing with the nanodoc. Everybody was a princess. everybody in the whole original Daki, the coordinated Daki, was a princess. Big red flag. Inek says, I'm always the bad guy. They all did nothing wrong, says Nick. Yeah, that's the common thread. If somebody giving you the gossips is like, I didn't do anything wrong, they won't say that. What they'll do is they'll just focus on how bad the other person is. I'm not saying that, Plaus. I think it's great, but I'm not saying it. Dimmu, they all was too fast with they Google thing. Yeah, they were. But, like, how do I put this? They won't literally be like, I didn't do anything wrong. They will just focus entirely on how the other person's at fault for the entire situation. They might even use words like evil. They might start using therapy language. Watch out for that one. All the girly pops have been taught a lot of therapy language lately. That's a red flag too. I'm not going to put it on the list, but watch out for therapy language. Watch out for the accusations of being a sociopath, psychopath, any sort of path. Watch out for the accusations of being a predatory narcissist. Watch out for the word predator. Watch out for emotional manipulation. Inax says, therapy language makes my cock shrivel back into my body. Yeah. Saru says, maybe bully? Maybe. It depends. It depends on the situation, but, like, yeah. See, that's not really a therapy word. What would bully be in therapy language? I mean, yeah, it's an overused word. Plaus says, Nano was the paragon of compassion and Red was ontologically evil. That sounds familiar. Inek says, abusive narcissist. Yeah, that's a good one. Yeah, that's what bully is in therapy language. Abusive narcissist. That's a good one. Saru says, victim bullying is the mindset of many now on... Well, yeah. Who has the initiative? They get to make all the rules. Whoever has the initiative makes the rules. Essentially. And you saw how long it took to come back from that. Because, like, it's not like Cinder was universally exonerated. Right? There's still a lot of people that... Oh yeah, projection's real bad. How do you detect projection? I'm about to use therapy language here, but it's actually a proper use of it. What quality of an accusation generally goes along with projection? Inek asks, against yourself or onto others? When somebody is projecting onto you, what is the telltale sign that that is happening? And yeah, maybe I'll avoid the therapy language, because I can say that other ways. I'll do both. I'll put the therapy language up there, and then I'll put what it actually is. Nick says, there were many that outright dismissed her... Yeah, they didn't even read it, which, 1,000 pages. Like, I actually can't blame people for going, 1,000 pages! What I can blame is people who read all of the original Daki and none of the new one. But I don't have time for this. is perfectly valid for a 1,000-page Google Docie. Inac says, depends on how nonsensical the projection is. You got it in one, buddy. We'll use the since you used the non-therapy language first, we'll use it first. The accusation against you is nonsensical. If somebody makes an accusation against you that sounds like nonsense, they're projecting. That's what they're doing. The therapy language for that is gaslighting. Which people use very incorrectly. I'm not even sure there is a good, correct use, considering it's a movie reference. Never forget that the therapy language people use the most is a reference to a fucking movie. They're literally Harry Pottering your ass. It's like your therapist is going, like, remember when Snape blah blah blah? Saru says, I only have time for 998 pages. Like, using the term gaslighting is the equivalent of, like, your therapist going, well, I think Harry Potter would agree with you. Like, I love how that Nick and Knight said the phrase, gaslight gatekeep girl boss. It's like, I love how people have flipped, because forget the fact that it's therapy language. Gaslighting is cognitive abuse, and we're supposed to be like, yas, queen. Saru says, gaslighting refers to a guy turning down the lights, and when the woman asked if it's getting darker, he'd deny it. Yeah. Yeah, gaslight, I forget what movie that was. Maybe it was just called Gaslight. I don't know. But that's where it's from. So it's literally movie references therapy language. Which in modern times is like, My Handmaid's Tale, you know? That's what they're doing when they use that language. It happened in a movie. So what gaslighting actually is when somebody is making your actual reality feel crazy. So in the movie, he was changing the physical environment, and she was asking about a change in the physical environment that she noticed, and he was denying it. That's reality. That's not how you feel. That's not your emotional state. That's not your value judgments. It's reality. The Star Trek episode where there are 4 lights. That's gaslighting. We're all familiar with that one? If you're not, it's a great episode. It's essentially the same premise. But, like, Picard's getting tortured by a Cardassian, and he's, and there are 4 lights behind them, and one of the questions he's asking during the interrogation is, how many lights are there? And he's trying to get him to say 5. And the whole... Omni says gaslighting isn't real. Nice. And the whole point of the episode is... Oh man, you should watch that one. There are so few good episodes of The Next Generation. Ad starts in 4 minutes, but I'm getting through this thought. There are so few good episodes of The Next Generation. People who like the entire series, like the whole thing, they're crazy. But, the few that are good are really, really good. And this is one of them. So, like, this Cardassian is, like, torturing Picard, and he maintains that there are 4 lights through the entire interrogation, and he finally gets rescued. And after he gets rescued, he confides in, I forget which character, but he's like, for a moment there, I saw 5 lights. It was great. It was a great episode. So, now that I got through that thought, we're gonna run some more ads, and then I'm gonna figure out how much farther I'm going to go with this topic. See you guys soon. The subscribers get to hear me early. What up? Alright, let's get this turned back on. Ads should be over soon. Ew, gross. I can see you. I can see you. Gnarly. Alright. There is one thing I did want to go over, because I don't think I emphasized it enough. Piss thoughts. Because this is a general problem that I've seen in a lot of places. Alright? And I'm about to call the people who do this fedora-ass motherfuckers, because this is what this is. Y'all think you're Sherlock Holmes. Fedora behavior. Alright, this is specifically for moderators and everyone who has to deal with them. Okay? Alright, lesson 1. There's shit not reported. Kaviri says, what do you mean? Fedora is a valid mod build, works every time. Here's the problem. It's the most popular build. M'lady. What do you mean, go make food? Oh, you're going to make food. See ya, Inek. Unless you're telling somebody else to go make food. It's the meta build. Sorry says if mods didn't wear Fedora, their brains would leak out. Yeah, but I'm trying to be helpful. The normal people don't report everything. That's your first problem. For those of you engaged in Fedora behavior. What's Fedora behavior? Getting involved in interpersonal conflicts. Which I'm going to define as believing things that chatters say about other chatters. We'll call it that. Fedora behavior. Believing what chatters say about other chatters. See, the problem with fedoras is they believe they have the entire picture. The problem with fedoras is they believe that they have half of the picture. And you don't. People have lives outside of the goddamn server. Omni says, ew, that involves talking to people. Yeah. Saru says, being nosy. That's another way to define that for sure. Plaus says, I don't wear a fedora, but my brains are held together by irony. Kaviri says they can get involved, but their involvement should end at getting the sides to talk to one another. No. No, it shouldn't even get that far. Here's what mods should be concerned about. The rules. And if you broke them in front of them. That's it. That's it. And you shouldn't have to take, like... You shouldn't have to infer your way there. Kaviri says they can add to the rules, though. I mean, yeah. But that's still the rules. Saru says, only be concerned with public behavior in their platform. Yes, that is correct. That is correct, because that is the only thing you can know for sure. If you have a certain capability. Alright, not all of you have this. The people without this need to get it. Because you can't actually even know what's going on in public in your own server if you don't have this basic capability. I talked about it in Mod Stream Part 2. Does anyone remember what it is? Sora says a brain? Not a chance. No, we're not relying on brains. Brains are futsy. They're not very reliable. Deleted message logging. If you don't have that, you don't know shit. You have to have perfect mod coverage where they're staring at the screen the whole damn time if you don't have that. And I wouldn't trust that even. You need deleted message logging to even know what's going on inside of your own server. Absolutely require it. So, all of this talk is pivoted around the fact that you have this required capability. No one reads chats 24/7. Right? Not only does nobody read chats 24/7, nobody really remembers every single thing they say. Streamers certainly don't. They use that as an excuse to avoid accountability all the time. Well, you know, I'm dissociated, and you can't hold me to what I say on stream because I'm dissociated, and I don't remember what I say immediately after I say it. Every fucking streamer does this, but they don't extend that courtesy to anybody else. It's a real thing too. Like, that is actually true. There is a lot of streamer brain. I know Nero suffers from this. It's very easy to lose context in a conversation when the response to what you're saying is delayed by even this much. So it's real. It doesn't absolve you of the accountability for what you said, but it is real. It might affect how willing I am to forgive you for what you say. But you're still accountable for it. But it is also real. Kaviri says, I won't remember my wording, but I would remember my opinion. Yeah, you can remember your opinion, but you might not remember, like... I don't have that problem so much. So I have a hard time relating. I've seen Nero do this. And I've seen a lot of other performers do it. But I don't think I've ever been in a situation where I've looked at my VODs and gone, I am surprised by what I said. I've never had that experience. Yes, I'm new. I'm new at this. I've only been doing it, what, 2 months? Are we up to 2 months? We're getting there. I've never had that experience where I was surprised at what I said in a VOD. And I've watched a lot of my own VODs. Not all of it by my own choice. But some people do dissociate that hard. A lot of them do. Plaus and Nick are being very gay with each other right now. I'm about it. Saru says, I look at my message logs and always surprised when I type. Are you surprised that you type at all? Monkey business. Lirio says, I've had people reminiscing about things I said that baffled me. Okay. I don't think... I'm going to think really hard about that. I don't recall having that experience. I don't recall anybody ever, like, reminiscing about what I've said, and then I've been like, wait, I said what? I've said, I can't believe I forgot that, but I've never been like, I didn't say that. Not that I recall, anyway. I'm sure Waifu could... Maybe Waifu would claim otherwise. I have definitely had Waifu had Lirio's experience, though. She's definitely done that. So, like, yeah, it's a real thing. You're still accountable for what you say. But I'm more willing to forgive people that have to perform. I have had streamer brain before. In my case, it usually comes in the form of misidentifying people or suddenly forgetting words that I'm very familiar with. That's how it manifests with me, but I've never been in the streamer brain where I just don't know what I'm saying. Plaus says, I'm a comedic opportunist, so if I don't remember the exact context, I get shocked by my own comments. That's an interesting perspective. Maybe that's what it is. I also view myself as a comedic opportunist, but, I would say the way that I go about that is very predictable. Waifu says, I remember things RM doesn't remember saying. Yeah, I'm sure you do. I'm sure you do. But I haven't experienced that on stream yet. Omni says, I keep a note in my phone of all the random things my wife said while under the effects of meds or asleep so I can tell her about them later. Yeah, and Waifu has this thing where she will pretend that the idea she meant to convey was the actual words that she said when they are not anything alike. That's a thing she's got to work on. Because she'll say something that means one thing, and when you, like, call her out on it, she'll act like she said what she meant and not accept the I didn't say what I meant. She won't take accountability for that. It's a problem. She'll just revise history and act like that's what she always said. Well, yeah, the words can come out wrong, that's fine, but, the part where you accuse me of mishearing them just because those weren't the words that you wanted to say, that's where we get into trouble. Saru says, you just didn't understand her, RM. Just listen and believe, bro. Oh, man. Chat's going nuts. Yeah, I'll call out my wife live on stream, and she'll call me out, and we'll have fun. Plaus says, I can't believe RM listens to what women say instead of reading their minds. Oh, man. If you fancy yourself a mind reader, get ready to get bamboozled by gossip all the time. Be ready to be somebody's convenient patsy. Constantly. Lirio says, I've seen it. I have a witness. I have a witness on stream. I have a witness on stream. Thank you, Lirio. God, it's awful sometimes. She's so convinced she said it the right way the first time. Kaviri says, just give it a few years and you'll get it. Yeah. Don't ask people to read your mind, by the way. In many circumstances, that's actually abusive. Just so we're clear. You should read some John Gottman on that. What's that called? What's his book? That's on the other bookshelf. Where he talks about the 7, or I think it's the 7, maybe the 5. I forget how many horsemen of the breakup. If you've ever watched, what is it? If you've ever watched Homath doing, like, his levels videos, like, in levels 1 through 3 of, awareness, you always assume that what you're thinking is what the other person is thinking. So I'm pretty sure the people that expect mind reading are stuck here. These are the mind readers. They're at levels 1 through 3 of self-awareness. If I want ice cream... Why did I put an apostrophe there? If I want ice cream... So do you. This goes farther. If I want Rocky Road, so do you. And I'm going to... Alright, well that sounds innocent enough, right? Technically they're reading... Applause says, technically they're reading their own minds, so they are the mind readers. I guess you're right. Sarah says, my solution was just to get deployed or restationed to a different base and change my phone so she couldn't find me. I'm going to buy some food. Or Kaviri says, I'm going to buy some food. Do you want some? No. No. I have a... This is going to be a very common wife moment. Are you ready? How does this manifest? She says, go get me ice cream. She doesn't say what kind. You don't ask. You just hear, go get ice cream. First of all, don't be this dope that I'm talking about right now. Don't be this dope. Ask what kind. And get prepared to get hit with the, you should know what kind. In fact, let's pretend that's what happened. She goes, you should know what kind. You go to the store. You get cookie dough. You come back to the house. What is she going to do? Because she's at level 1 to 3 of awareness. She's gonna flip her shit. She wanted Rocky Road, which means you wanted Rocky Road. So why didn't you get Rocky Road? You must have done that to piss her off on purpose, and now she's pissed. Because they fundamentally don't understand that other people want different things. And that can cause a lot of mind reading. This will... Watch for this phrase. Okay? Watch for this phrase. This is the toxic phrase. Memorize this. If you liked me... You would know this by now. Are there places where this phrase applies? Sometimes. But if you hear this... If you hear this... That's what's happening. They're at level 3 or lower thinking. If you liked me, you would know this by now. That's the explicit expression of, you should know what I'm thinking. Alright, let's catch up with chat. Plaus says, reverse it on her. Yes, I should know what kind. Why haven't you taught me? But that's kind of opening Pandora's box. Yeah. I like that, though. It gets to the root of the issue, which is you didn't say shit. Omni says, my wife knows I won't buy her shit unless she tells me what specifically what. Yeah. Yep. Waifu and I have come to an agreement that if she won't say what she wants and I come back with the wrong thing, it was the right thing. Kaviri, because I'm not going to get nothing. I've got enough experience to read that. If you ask your wife if they want some sort of treat, and they say they don't, get one anyway. Kaviri says, you tell them they told you they wanted that specific, make them believe you, so you hate me. Sora says, if she was smart, she would like the ice cream I tell her to like. Timu says, I'm an asshole, and if the person don't say what they want, they don't get it. Yeah. Yeah. That's the way it should work. Surprise me can also be read my mind. Surprise me is a test. I'm sorry. I can't let you get away with that, waifu. Waifu said, I like to say surprise me. That's actually a test. Is he thinking what I'm thinking? You're doing the thing. You're doing the meme right now. That's what surprise me means. When 1 to 3s say it. This is why hairstylists get very, very nervous when I had to learn to stop saying this because I meant it and they just never could trust it. Even though I meant it, because most people don't mean it. So I taught myself to stop saying it. But if I go to a hairdresser or something, or I'll go to a food place, I'll be like literally just like, surprise me. And then they're like, uh-oh. Oh, shit. Oh, no. The customer is asking me to read their mind. Fuck. This is why you don't tell your artist that you're calming. Do whatever. I trust you. Same thing. Did I mean it when I said it? 100%. And I have gotten back some cursed shit. But I am also the guy who unironically reaches into the bag of jelly beans, doesn't even look it, and then puts it in my mouth to discover what flavor it was. I'm that insane asshole. Most people aren't like that. She's literally womaning all over the place, says Plaus. Saru says, I'll come back with frozen squid then. Plaus says, I mean, it's mind reading even if you mean it, because you're expecting them to know what would surprise you. You're correct. Common Plaus W. So, but yeah, surprise me is he thinking what I'm thinking? And then she's going to judge you on how close you get. You don't always have to get it exactly right, but when she says surprise me, what she's going is, how closely does he understand my needs? Waifu says, RM surprises me all the time. So apparently, it's not a lot. Apparently, I don't understand her needs a lot. Because I surprise her all the time. Surprises you with the usual. But that works! If you surprise her with the usual, you did good! Lirio said that. Lirio said surprises you with the usual. Yes, do that! Let's see. So yeah, that's why you shouldn't engage in mind reading. Some people need that explained to them. I used to think that was self-evident. But even if you think that, I have discovered that I sometimes use the mind reading language. So you can be aware of this and use the mind reading language anyway. I just did with the surprise me example. But I've been actively working on that for over a decade at this point. I've been actively working to avoid using read my mind language, which causes me to be very direct, which upsets some people. Don't be a mind reader. Don't be using mind reader language. Okay. And we went over this next bullet point earlier. People do not always tell the truth in private. Sometimes they just switch up the kayfabe. In fact, a lot of the times you're just switching up the kayfabe. I try to tell the truth as much as I can. In fact, I try to be forthright as much as I can, which is different. And I explained why that can be an advantage earlier. It's not a great advantage if you're doing certain types of work, but there's a reason I'm a white hat and not a black hat. There's a reason for that. The black hats make all the money. People do not always tell the truth in private. So what am I... Our earlier example with the lies men tell when they're with the boys about how they're in charge of the house. Women do this too. Women are not the same when you get them in a group. They're just not. Every guy who has seen this knows this. You talking to your wife, it's great. You talking to your girlfriend, it's great. You talk to that friend in high school that thinks you're not dating, but you've been dating for years, but she thinks that's just friend shit, but also you fuck in your free time. That girl is very, very different when she gets with her friends. She becomes a completely different person. I have seen girl gossip before. Because sometimes, and especially if you're the only guy in the room, if you have a certain level of rapport, they will act like a group of girls in front of you. It's rare, but it happens. It's very eye-opening. But, just because you're in private, and especially if you're in private with a group, does not mean you are telling the whole truth. Plus says, pretend to be gay in a group of girls. I can't believe people still fall for that trick. You know what gay men hate more than anything? Women. Don't fall for that, ladies. If they liked women that much, they'd be straight. They fuck dudes specifically to not deal with you. God. And you think they're in your girl group for being one of the girls. No. Don't fall for that. God. Because that dude is going to his dude circle that he has immediately after your girls' night, and he is spilling all of your tea. And the straight dudes that know him love this. They love it. They get the direct tea from your private girls only. Yeah, God bless that man. That's right, Plaus. Plaus says, God bless that man. He's 100% correct. God bless that dude. That's how your secrets get out. That's how your secrets get out. Or one of you's married, and then they tell your husband. That too. But yeah, some fedoras think that just because they've infiltrated a group means that they're always hearing the truth in that group. That's not how this works. We've got the knowing everything complex. This is related to everything I've said so far, but it's its own special pathological brand of it. This type of fedora thinks that because he has access to 2 or 3 privileged channels, that he has the biggest, most complete picture of everything that goes on. Everything. Kaviri says, access to secret knowledge that you don't have. Yeah, but what they think is that makes them more correct. Even though what they've actually done, mods part 1, is put themselves in an echo chamber. So the extra knowledge that they have is being filtered through the echo chamber and probably through the consensus mechanism. And it's less true than the public information. And then they sound like schizos. Because they believed their secret information that's been beaten and pulped through popularity contests is more true than the public information. Which it oftentimes isn't. You want to see what that looks like? Go to VT, Mr. Moderator. Go to VT and see what things they're saying about your Oshi. You'll see the truth all the... Oh, I'm sorry. But that would interrupt your posting in VT, wouldn't it? That would interrupt your posting in VT, wouldn't it? You should try it sometime anyway. God, I love calling fedoras out. Claus says, I should go to VT. I haven't been to 4chan in like 2 decades. Hey, can you ego search me while you're there? It's fun. Is it ego searching if you get results? I don't know. Let's see. But yeah, they have the knowing everything complex. It's a special form of Dunning-Kruger, because they're poisoning their minds with bad information and then thinking themselves more correct. And it causes problems, which I won't go over into... Like, I covered the problems that creates to, like, your business model, in Mods Part 2. Waifu says, when was the last time you did that? Geez, over a year ago? I'm sure there's new stuff now. Who can forget this? Ego trip. Mods expect everybody to govern their emotional reactions to things, but never theirs. If you piss a mod off, the punishment is instant, regardless of whether you've broken a rule or not. Sorry, says I post about RM all the time on VT. Einek? Yes. Kaviri says, respect is given, not earned, right? Man, y'all are kludgy posting. You're gonna get me in trouble. They might ban me twice. Oh. They'll ego trip. You're supposed to govern your emotions perfectly, 24/7, all the time. You do anything that makes them the slightest bit uncomfortable, you're banned. You're banned. And then they'll make up what rule you broke. They'll just make it up. Kaviri says that can apply to any mod. Yeah, but I know who you were talking about. Let's not play. Let's not be disingenuous. We know who you were talking about. But it can apply to any mod. You're right. No, respect is 100% earned. And people who say otherwise are trying to get you to let them in for free. Waifu says, do I need to bonk someone? No. No. I'm not a VTuber. I am perfectly free to name names. Fleshies name names all the time. I'm a fleshy. Inex says, I don't care, so I'll throw names. Right. And you're welcome to do that. I may make decisions on whether or not I read the comment or repeat it, but no one in my chat's getting modded for that. It's not a problem until it's a problem. Let's see. But yeah, they'll ego trip. And you've got the availability principle, which kind of covers everything else. The availability principle covers basically everything I didn't put on the sheet, but this is gossip stuff. Or gossip related. Because the ego trip is gossip related. Because if they hear gossip, they won't filter it. If they hear gossip that pisses them off, they will immediately decide to take action. And then they'll just they'll just justify it later. Humans are really, really good at justifying things. And the smarter you are, the better you are at justifying bad behavior. Because the behavior itself is the emotional response, but the ability to justify it is executive. So the smarter you are, the more evil you can justify yourself being. The executive does not own the lizard. The lizard tells the executive what to do. As long as the lower parts of your brain are calm, you can think with this thing. But as long as if you're not calm, this thing is doing the thinking at the command of this stuff. It's also the pyramid of the hierarchy of needs covers this. That's what it's telling you. The hierarchy of needs already covers this concept, just in a different way. If you are starving to death, you will not executively decide to not eat. What you will do is justify eating another person. Let's see. I keep drawing that dot because I feel like I'm forgetting a major Fedora behavior when it comes to, like, information handling. Oh yeah, leaking! Fedoras love to show off their secret knowledge. If you can't / don't have time to read the Cinder documents, go to the page about Silvervale and search the term mod with a space at the end so it doesn't get like every word that has the word mod in it. Just mod spacebar. Search that term. And see what the mods were willing to spill about... Oh man, that entire conversation. Inet, Corey. Yeah, Corey did that. WoW players called out, says Dimu. Yeah, I will talk about Corey. I'll just say it was Corey. The knowers know. But yeah, sometimes moderators have other Discords with moderators in them and not moderators in them, and then they'll drop into VC and talk about moderator stuff. Some of that stuff you read on VT that is true, it came from your moderators. It came from your moderators, and you know it. Also, for just regular audience members, some of that stuff in VT is straight from the mods, straight from the Yoshi. It's hard to figure out which one is which, but some of it is straight from the horse's mouth. Saru says, discussing entire mod convos on FF14 treasure hunts. Huh? Ain't no way! Yeah. But if you haven't read the... Like, if you're a streamer and you haven't read that part of Cinder's Google Docie, that covers what Silvervale's moderators were willing to gossip to Red about, you should read it. You should read it. Remember that, that story I was telling in Mods Part 2, where I got that, document dump of screenshots in Neverwinter Nights of the server owner ERPing with, like, 3 or 4 moderators. That came from a disgruntled mod. This is why we talk about insider threats. That mod you trust today is a mod you piss off tomorrow. He might not let you know that before he copies everything down and gives it to someone else. He might just be copying everything down that's said in mod chat right now, just in case he has to cover his ass later. Like, the document already exists. Kaviri says it was funny but not surprising. No, it's not surprising. And I'm sick of people pretending this is surprising. Your moderators are drama llamas. They're gossip whores. Because you don't pay them. That's one of the ways they compensate themselves. Remember, in Mod 1, I said, moderators may be unpaid, but they are not uncompensated. And that's one of the ways they pay themselves. The satisfaction of having secret knowledge. But what's the use of being satisfied with that if you can't tell other people? It would be a shame if somebody had screenshots of mod logs from the last server they were in that were given without prompting. That would be a shame. I wonder whose mods would leak me logs. That's never happened. I've never shadow modded. Never done that. Lucy's moderators never once came to me to ask me how to win an argument they were having with other moderators. That never happened either. Your mods leak your server shit like a sieve. Don't fall for this shit. Stay out of drama. You're being manipulated. You're manipulating yourself. Oh, that's an emote I haven't seen in a while. Thanks, Nick. Can I throw one up too in my own chat? Can I throw one of those up too? Yeah. Permanently available. Yeah, I have all 3 of mine as well, Nick. What do you mean you've still got? Those are permanent. Did they unmiss? Did they unpull the trigger? Or did they unpull the trigger? I forget what your status is over there. Oh, wait, no. Now I remember. No, I remember. I remember. You answered somebody that asked you a question. And then they got mad. Because you didn't say the right answer. That's right. Oh, that's another thing, actually. Thanks for that, Nick. Another Fedora behavior. Not knowing the answer to a question before asking. This is basic. This is... If you're going to imagine yourself an internet investigator, an internet Fedora, if you're going to imagine yourself as one of those, stop asking questions you don't know the answer to. And I mean know the answer to. Not, these two things happen close together, so they must be causal. Know the answer. Know the answer before you ask the question. That is basic interrogation. That's also basic cross-examining. You never ask a witness a question you don't already know the answer to. And that goes right along with the how little you know thing. Stop imagining that you're an investigator and just ask questions. If you're just asking questions and not pretending to be a cop, you can ask questions that you don't know the answer to, and then you might learn something. But as long as you're pretending to be a cop, you need to ask questions that you already know the answer to. You can't have it both ways. It requires a level of emotional maturity. So, like, one of the techniques you can use when you're asking somebody a question that you don't know the answer to is to use degrees of separation. But this is especially effective if you know the answer. So if you phrase your question in the form of, would somebody have a reason to say whatever contradicts their story? Is there any reason somebody would say that you didn't stop at that red light? Sawyer says, I was thankfully never bound by the rules of law enforcement in my old job. True. True. The solution to all of this is stay in your lane. Having somebody click the moderator button on your name does not raise your IQ by 40 points. They didn't give you an IQ test to select you. You are not the smartest person in any room that you walk into. And being the smartest person in any room you walked into wouldn't allow you to just magically know everything. You were selected by your availability. And in some cases, how big of a simp you are. Again, read the silver section of the Google Docie. Just read it. Her mods that were fleeing her old space accused Silver of changing the moderation questionnaire to loyalty questions, to simp questions. They actively called her mods simps. Her current mods called her other current mods simp to their new moderator boss. Would be a shame if your mods were hanging out in a place you couldn't see and talking about mod shit, wouldn't it? That'd be a kicker. Restrict your mods to doing things related to public behavior in the platform you're on. And you won't have these problems. Sorry, what's that Wani does? She doesn't even let her mods ban people? She doesn't let her mods mod? I know you're here. I don't even have to look at the list. I know you're here. I like that tactic. Saru says, yep. Plus says, Shibari your mods. Yeah. She reviews even the bans. Yep. I doubt I will have a Discord, but if I ever do decide to have one, there won't be any bans coming from my mods. They will not have the power to do it. They will have the power to put people in the timeout corner. And that's all they will have the power to do. There are certain bots that will have the power to ban, but they won't be able to command them to. That part will be automated for very specific circumstances. But the only thing a moderator in my Discord would ever be allowed to do is put someone in the timeout corner. And if they start banning large swaths of 2-year-old tier 3s, I'm demodding them on principle. Saru says, it's funny that I know of 2 VTubers with mod teams running secret Discords. Yeah, it's funny that I know that many, too. Kaviri says, we are checking bots with Yume. We should figure out most of them at some point. Oh, there's no way. There's no way they don't know, right? Saru, there's no way they don't know. Oh, Inax says 3. Do we know 3? What would be the 3rd? Oh well, I'm not going to spend too long on that. It's... Saru, I know that's what the invite says, but surely the mod that she trusts with her real address passed that on, right? Surely. I refuse. I refuse to believe. I refuse. Why is my ISO still 1600? It shouldn't be that high. Ah, whatever. I guess it is F4. It is F4. Dimmu says, "Is it like the if you 18 plus button?" Yeah. Yeah, it's not our problem. That's funny though. Hilarious if true. Hilarious if true. So yeah, don't send the email. Let them just sit in the bed they made. Enjoy your popcorn. On that note, it's almost 10 o'clock. We've been running about 4 hours, and now I'm just shooting this shit. So in the interest of keeping my CPEs auditable at the rate I want them audited at, it's time to say goodnight. Also, an ad starts in 4 minutes, and I don't want to run that ad. Yeah, we gotta do laundry. We got shit to do. We got shit to do. Second puppy walk start. Yeah, see? It's puppy walk time. That means it's time to go. That means it's time to go. Dimmu, it's 4 a.m. Get the fuck out of here. Go to bed, man. I appreciate you being here. Like a lot. Like a lot. But get some rest, dude. Take care of yourself. See ya.